final round. You'll recall yesterday, darkness setting in around 7:30 local time. The golfers had to come in. Chris DiMarco had the overnight lead as he exits the 9th green last night. Meanwhile, Tiger Woods had to march in from the 10th fairway. Then this morning, the restart at 8 o'clock with almost a mystical quality to all this in the air. Clear skies, and watch what happens when this one gets underway. Tiger walking through the dewy fairways, and man, I'll tell you, there was nothing to slow him down at the beginning. 10th hole, this for birdie. An early roar for Mr. Woods. Meanwhile, behind him, DiMarco had hit 3-wood off the tee, and then look at this one get away from him, Lanny Watkins.
Probably a bad choice, 3-wood off the tee, Jim. Should have taken driver this time of morning. The hole is playing extremely long. Big mental mistake right here on his first hole.
The ball was unplayable. Had to take a penalty and a drop. It led to a double bogey for DiMarco. Meanwhile, Tiger with a loose tee shot at 11. He would later say it was a big break. His second shot into the 11th green.
Takes advantage of the break, and boy, what a fine play there, keeping it right, water left. Excellent shot.
Looking for a second birdie to open the morning.
And look how good his speed is right off the bat.
And right off the bat, that quickly, he had caught DiMarco just minutes into the restart, and Chris saw it all as he came over the hill back in 11th fairway. In fact, Tiger examined the leaderboard just to confirm what he thought. Yes, he had caught him. On to the 12th for more damage, as you'll see shortly. Meanwhile, this was Mickelson's starting position this morning at the 12th.
As it had been earlier this week after a rain delay. And boy, he doesn't mind it at all. Just hammers it right next to the hole again.
Mickelson knowing he must come out and get something going here quickly, and he does. Birdie at the 12th.
For the second time this week as a starting hole, becoming his new favorite place to start at Augusta.
You would never imagine, would you? Meanwhile, his second into the 13th.
Wonderful tee shot, sets up an iron into this tough hole location, the left-hand side. Boy, what a shot for Phil Mickelson. This gives him all kinds of chances.
Now he's got an eagle try coming up. This would certainly stir everyone here, but it slides away. He would tap it in for a birdie, and he would flatten out, play even par the rest of the way, finish at 5 under.
That could have made a big statement, Jim. Now Tiger back at 12. Just continues his excellent swinging of the golf club. Puts it right where Phil Mickelson put it.
I mean, like exactly on the spot. But would he follow it up with a putt like Phil's? This for birdie.
I don't think Tiger's missed the center of the hole in the last 2 days.
And DiMarco could only watch. Tiger, that's an acknowledgement, I would think, to the gallery. It's not a, hey, I'll see you later, Chris, because he's just moved past him with that birdie. And he's looking for more at the 13th. Going for the par 5 and 2, and watch this break.
Came out of it pretty quick, and then a real break with the wet grass. In the second cut, slows down awfully quick, maybe making up for some of the poor breaks he had in the first round this week. Leaves himself a very simple chip.
That swing would perhaps weigh heavy on Tiger in the latter stages of the morning round. But meanwhile, back over to DiMarco at the 12th. Would he suddenly right the ship? No, nothing dropping for DiMarco. Back to Tiger, his pitch, his third.
Simple pitch, plenty of green to work with. Just get it on the ground, let it chase towards the hole. Well judged. Ticklish little downhiller here, though.
Now a chance to widen his lead for birdie.
Again, perfect speed.
And DiMarco again could only watch. Almost in a state of shock, it looks like. Tiger drills it again for a 7th straight birdie when you go back to the last 3 holes of yesterday and the first 4 today. Here is a great comparison. At the restart point, DiMarco led by 4. And just minutes later, well, Tiger caught him at 8:33 and then moved in front by 8:43. At the end of the day, it's Tiger 3 clear of DiMarco. And let's take a look now at the current standings. Here you go. Tiger and Chris DiMarco will be going off in the final pairing at 3 o'clock. Thomas Bjorn at -7. Mickelson is 6 off the lead, along with Trevor Immelman. The final round of the Masters is coming up right here. on CBS.
From the Augusta National Golf Club in Augusta, Georgia, CBS Sports presents the Masters.
It's all part of Augusta lore. The voices like Pat Summerall, Jim McKay, Chris Schenkel, Ken Ventura. You just heard them all. There are the voices, and then there are the roars, reserved for names like Jack and Arnie, Gary, Ben, and Byron, and in recent years, Tiger and Phil. It's Sunday at the Masters, and the unique sounds of splendor are certain to echo once again here at Augusta. Glorious weather at last. We are live at the first tee with 2004 champion Phil Mickelson.
4, please, Phil Mickelson. Now, drive.
Phil playing with Vijay Singh. And he starts 6 back. Now remember, this morning when they came out for the 8 o'clock restart, he was 10 back of the lead at that time, a lead held by Chris DeMarco. But it's 6, and it's Tiger Woods.
A lot different chasing Tiger Woods from 6 back than chasing Chris DeMarco. Phil is going to need to go low today. The golf course is set up to be had today. The officials would like to see low scores, and I think that's what they'd like to see. And a player like Phil is going to have to shoot 65 at least to probably have a chance, Jim.
And he was grinning. He knows he got away with one that just skirted the bunker and in excellent position. Here is Vijay Singh, who won this tournament in 2000 and comes in as the most recent winner of a major, having taken the PGA at Whistling Straits in Wisconsin last August. How about that Sunday setup and what it produced last year here, Lanny?
Well, it did. I mean, the officials at Augusta want to see birdies the last day. They want to entertain the patrons. They want the folks at home to really enjoy what's going to happen this afternoon. We're getting glorious weather. The greens are soft. The players can be aggressive with their irons, and the holes are in generous locations for the most part.
VJ doesn't appear to get the same benefit from the bounce we saw for Phil. These two had a little exchange on Friday afternoon. Phil was playing in front of VJ, and there was a question about the spikes for Phil. But this was the scene just a few moments ago when they arrived at number 1. They did talk in the champions' locker room, both past champions, of course, and they said they settled their differences.
Well, as champions should. They're both quality human beings and good men and great competitors, and they want the best for themselves and for the game of golf, and they have both taken the high road in this issue.
So Phil starts 6 back, VJ 7 behind Tiger. And we had a visit with Phil after he completed his 3rd round this morning, and he talked about his play this week.
I've hit some good shots that I just haven't capitalized on the putts. You know, I 3-putted the last hole today to finish things up and missed 2 eagles inside 12 feet, and I just cannot do that. It's I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm hitting good putts. I'm just not getting the ball to fall.
What must he do? What must VJ do here today, especially early?
Well, I think they both need to make a statement. They need to come out and jump on the first few holes. You've got the stretch 4, 5, 6 are tough, so they want to make a statement 1 through 3. Tiger
With Hank Haney, his instructor, walks by Chris DeMarco, exiting the practice range. He'll make his way through the clubhouse and emerge out by the practice putting green. He's within 15 minutes of his tee time. Woods and DeMarco set for 2:50, their tee time. Bjorn and Immelman next up at number 1. Take a look at Tiger Woods' 3rd round scorecard. Folks, this had the makings of the all-time single round record here, which is 63. First set by Nick Price, later matched by Greg Norman. He had the record-tying 7 straight birdies, 7 through 13, tying Steve Pate's tournament record. In fact, across the exact same stretch of holes that Steve Pate first set that mark. But when he leaves 13, he pars in for a share of the record, just needs 1 birdie, plus that par 5 still ahead, to set the all-time course record. Surprised in many ways that he didn't.
Well, I was too, Jimmy. I really think that a little bit of a loose swing at 11 kind of shook his confidence slightly. And then the second shot at 13, it's going to be interesting to see how he reacts with that for the rest of this day. It obviously bothered him the rest of the round this morning.
Yeah, he played the last 5 holes +2. And we had a chance to talk to Tiger at the conclusion of that round this morning.
That was a great start, yeah. Hit some good shots. We got a couple good breaks on 11 and 13. Capitalized on both of those, which was nice. But overall, I was just trying to make a couple birdies out there and put myself, a little closer to the lead. And Chris had a poor back 9, but we still got a long way to go.
And you have to agree with that.
I do. I agree that there is a long way to go. The players behind him are all capable of going low, and Tiger can go out, and he doesn't have to shoot low today. If he doesn't have the driver working, Jimmy, he's going to be facing some problems.
All right, we're going to go back to the first tee. And this actually is the 250 pairing. It's Woods and DeMarco 10 minutes behind that. But let's first see what happens with VJ from that fairway bunker.
That's from 146. I would imagine VJ's hitting either an 8 or 9 from here. He should be able to get this over the lip without any problems. And that's well done. That's all he really wanted to do, was put it in the center of the green from there. Gives himself a chance. Not that fast a putt for this green.
And now Phil, and how soon do you go on the attack?
Right now. As far back as he is, I mean, if it was someone else, Jimmy, you're going to play the percentages. 6 back of Tiger Woods, I think I want to get after it right now. He's only got 116 to the hole. He's got a wedge in his hand. When you've got a wedge in your hand here, you've got to be aggressive.
I'll say one thing about Phil and VJ. They both finished their third round this morning by 3-putting the 18th. It looked like Phil would be coming in at 6 under, but he got a little aggressive with his first putt.
Yeah, I hear you.
And Phil needs to carry this shot to the hole, Jim. He's almost got a slight backstop behind it. If he doesn't carry it to the hole, he runs the risk of spinning it back off the front of the green.
It's only 116 yards, and you know exactly what Phil's thinking. Oh boy.
He got that steep and tugged it. Just looked like he didn't turn his body through it. He was all hands, released it. And that is a huge mistake this early in the round. Now he's going to struggle to make 4. And coming right here, he's set up nice and square as he always does, but he just gets steep right there. You can see how big a divot he took right there. Much bigger divot than he wanted to with that shot. Get that steep, the blade closes down a little bit. Ball for him goes to the right.
Boy, it's going to be an interesting little play coming up with such little green to work with. Now here's Chris DeMarco, and as we saw yesterday, he really finishes the warm-up over in the pitching area. Little bunker play, a few little wedge shots. Here's a look at DeMarco's card. When we said goodbye last night, he had just completed a stretch of 44 holes without a bogey, which is second best streak in the history of the tournament, only bettered by Stuart Appleby's 50-hole stretch a few years back. But he comes right out this morning and is greeted with a double.
Well, Jimmy, he shot 3 under the front side, but it wasn't a pretty 3 under. He made everything on the first 9 holes yesterday to shoot 3 under. He only had 12 putts. He was just looking for problems if he didn't start driving it better.
All right, the featured pairings. Mike Weir and Thomas LeVay from France. They are through 1. Weir's at -3, making a nice little charge over the weekend. Mark Hinsby, a Masters rookie from Australia, and Chad Campbell, who rallied late yesterday. There's Mickelson and VJ, the 240 pairing. Next, it's Bjorn at -7, and Trevor Immelman, who first came here as the U.S. Public Links champion, now a good young pro. There's Tiger and Chris DeMarco. We talked to Chris DeMarco about playing with Tiger today.
because he's going to want to win. I know he's got a little bit of pressure on him because he hasn't won one in a while, and everybody's expecting him. So, obviously I'm trying to get my first one. I have nothing to lose. I'm going to go out and try to go get it.
Back to the first green. VJ taking a long stare at this one, and I have to note that yesterday, as DeMarco was putting together a solid first 9, although, as you said, at times it was really looking a little bit sketchy. You said you felt he was an accident waiting to happen, and then we saw it today with 41.
I felt it because of the way he was driving the ball, Jim. He was giving up too much yardage off the tee. He was playing a weak fade. Chris is an average length hitter. An average length hitter at Augusta National has to be aggressive off the tee and has to work the ball right to left because of the dog leg lesson on this golf course.
VJ.
That putt had a lot of movement to it, but it was really pretty simple. It was down the hill, but back up at the end, so VJ could be a little aggressive with it. Anything in the center of the green here is going to leave an uphill putt.
VJ this morning also had an early birdie, and then his round kind of stalled as well. They had the last 5 or 6 holes to really try to do something with it. Look at the flagstick out here for Phil.
That tells me he has no place to land this to get it close, so he's going to hopefully get lucky on the speed with the putter. And boy, what a play.
How about that touch? Looked like it might drop. It's a par at the start for Mickelson, par 5 straight ahead.
Still a missed opportunity, though, Jim. I mean, it's a terrific 4, but it's a real missed opportunity with wedge in your hand playing this hole. Not only can you not be that far away from the hole with wedge from 116 yards, you can't be off the green.
But all things considered, when you miss it on the short side here, and at that point you have to look forward, you got to be pleased you made 4, not 5.
No question.
And a little ticklish one to start the day here for VJ.
Yeah, a little more work than you like on the first hole. I always like to walk up and tap it in from about an inch on one.
Or backhand it in. Whatever it takes. So Singh and Mickelson with 4s at the first. Let's go through a couple of pages of your leaderboard with Tiger's margin 3 to start the final round over DeMarco, and they're about to go. We're now up to -4. Hinsby's also at that number. Timmy Herron, solid Masters. Look at Luke Donald at -2 with Campbell, LeVay, Retief, Goosen, Kenny Perry. Remember, at the end of the day, it's the top 16 plus ties that get the automatic invite to next year's Masters. We have 17 players currently in red figures. Look at David Howell, who opened yesterday with a double and worked his way back to -1, back in the red figures again. Kurt Triplett. Ryan Moore, will he be the low amateur? 2 amateurs made the cut here. He's at +3, but check this out. Luke List is in. He's posted the number. A good round of 70 already finished and in at +6 for the Vanderbilt kid.
2 subpar rounds for Luke List this week, a 69 and a 70. That's excellent playing. What a Masters for this Masters rookie.
And Ernie Els has been a huge disappointment, but Ernie has been fighting the flu for the better part now of almost 2 weeks. So Ernie Els, a disappointing Masters indeed. Hello friends, Jim Nantz. Welcome to Butler Cabin and this tradition unlike any other. After 3 days of Mother Nature uprooting the playing schedule, we are at last on track, and Tiger Woods is in a very familiar position. Our CBS golf expert, Lanny Watkins, is alongside. You competed in over 20 Masters and came close 3 times to winning the green jacket. Is this any different, this lead at the 54-hole mark of a major, than previous times?
Well, I think he's comfortable having the lead. Tiger loves being out front, and every time he's won a major championship, he's won 8. It's always been from in front. He's led 8 times, won all 8, so he doesn't have any defeats with the lead. So a lot of pressure right there. I think that the pressure comes on him from the loose swings we saw this morning finishing up. Errant drive at 11, errant drive at 15. Those are the things that were a little shaky. The long iron second shot at 13. His putting and iron play, for the most part, is still very solid. I think the whole thing is going to rest on how well he drives it. He drove it so perfect yesterday on the first 9. If he duplicates that, I think they can wave bye-bye.
Well, with his record, though, of never having lost with the 54-hole lead, is it pressure on Tiger? I mean, my goodness, what does that do to the rest of the field as far as pressure? If you're Chris DiMarco or you're Phil Mickelson, you have to be well aware of that.
Well, you do, but I like Chris DiMarco's attitude. He says he's actually got a chance to go out and go for it right now. I like that. I think this actually may help Chris DiMarco. He's not looking over his shoulder at Tiger Woods. He's chasing him. He can get more aggressive. He had lost his aggressiveness yesterday afternoon, and you could see it. You could see it in his eyes and the way he was hitting his tee shots. He's got to go back and take it by the throat this afternoon.
Well, what is it like to play with Tiger in the final round of a major when Tiger wins the major? Take a look through the years. And at Bethpage, Tiger's last conquest, Mickelson bettered him, but Tiger had a big enough lead. Mickelson with the 70, topping Woods' performance. Well, here are the CBS voices. Bobby Clampett down at Amen Corner, 11 and 12. Peter Kostis at one of the swing holes here, one of the mini swing holes, 13. Bill McAtee at 14. David Faherty at the other par 5 on this side. Vern Lundquist, yes sir, he's down at 16. And Peter Osterhaus, who once had the 54-hole lead at the Masters, he resides at 17. There's Lanny Watkins, and we'll be heading up to the 18th tower shortly and turn over the Butler cabin to Mr. Dick Enberg. Tiger now going through his final warm-up. And, well, that one's not dead center. You said
no,
most of them have been.
He's testing the speed. He needs to get the speed right. That's what he's concerned with right now.
Of course, those don't matter. This one does. This is Thomas Bjorn in all kinds of trouble over at the first.
Coming out of the left tree, he's trying to chase it in the center of the green, misses, puts it in the bunker. Not a bad place to miss it. He's got plenty of green to work with.
What about Bjorn's chances today to make any kind of move?
I thought he looked very solid yesterday. Hit a lot of terrific shots, drove the ball excellent. One little miss putt early, and that it kind of looked like it hurt his momentum.
All right, here's T. Olive, the first hole, and what's the play here, Lanny?
Well, you'd like to keep it just left of the bunker, over 300 yards to carry that bunker. But if you can get in that narrow area right about there, you'll be okay. Then the hole location today in the front right, almost in a little valley. So if you can put anything in the center of the green, you've got an uphill putt.
Well, we've seen the red work quite well with green on 3 occasions here at Augusta.
Seen him stretching a lot this week too, Jim. I've noticed him twisting and turning like, you know, he's not quite as loose as he'd like to be. Maybe just all the fatigue sitting in from the amount of time they've spent sitting around and just not doing what's normal in a golf tournament.
Well, here's a little factoid that continues to hold up. The tournament champion has played in the last pairing 14 consecutive years. You have to go back to Nick Faldo's victory back in 1990 when he won in the playoff over Raymond Floyd. Last time that the winner did not come out of the last pairing. Tiger's going to go ahead and make the walk first.
A little psychological play here, maybe getting all the attention, and Chris kind of wanders through afterwards.
Tiger Woods first came here 10 years ago and has already registered so many memories.
My first recollection of the Masters was when Nicklaus won in '86. I believe I was 10 at the time, and when Jack won, I didn't really realize what he had accomplished. I mean, yeah, he won a 6 jacket, big deal. And I'm 10 years old. I have no understanding of that, what it means to win at 46. I didn't understand that part of it, but as I got older, I appreciate that as, you know, having that being my first memory. That's a pretty good memory to have.
Memories of his own, memories from his youth. The one shot that really stands out in his mind is Jack Nicklaus's second shot into the 15th that year when he hit the 4-iron and Jack was pumping his fists. Of course, Jack Nicklaus yesterday here at Augusta said farewell to competition at the Masters, waved goodbye at the 9th hole. And a tearful moment for so many around here. Lanny, still the talk.
It really was, Jim, and I just didn't think he was going to call it quits until I saw the wave. I've seen Jack finish rounds of golf so many times. I've never seen that action or the reaction I was seeing from him. That tells me I think he feels like he's done.
Tiger has never lost a third-round lead of more than 1 stroke. 30-3 overall, majors and everything included. 30-3, but never when the lead is more than a stroke did anyone ever overtake him in the end.
Chris DiMarco's got to put this morning behind him, Jimmy. He really said that he didn't feel like he played that poorly this morning, had some bad things happen, maybe a couple of poor decisions. He's got to stay aggressive and really get after it right on the first hole.
Four plays. Tiger Woods now driving.
I'll give you one other interesting little parallel. Tiger and Jack. Of course, we know that the one goal that's been stated for so long, is for Tiger to one day try to top Jack Nicklaus's 18 professional majors. If he won today, he would reach the turn. He would get to the halfway point. He'd reach the 9th.
Boy, when he goes down after the tee that quick, that is absolutely hammered. That's not exactly what Chris DiMarco wanted to see.
David. Four plays. Chris DiMarco now driving.
Chris DiMarco has won 3 times in his career. His last victory coming in Phoenix in 2002. But with the 3 wins, it's been a while. But in the meantime, his stature has only gotten bigger, even though he hasn't been winning. President's Cup and Ryder Cup appearances for the U.S.
Coming close at last year's PGA, playing with Phil Mickelson last year in the 4th round here. The size of his stage has increased, and that's a nice start, getting into the fairway. The one thing he cannot do early on, Jim, is let Tiger get ahead of him any more than he already is.
Most major titles as a professional. Nicklaus setting the mark that most have felt for years is unreachable until Tiger came along. Of course, Tiger hasn't won now in the last 10 major competitions. A Woods win today, and he'd be up with the names of Hogan and Player. But DiMarco is in the final pairing for the 2nd straight year. He walked with Mickelson, shot 76, did Chris a year ago. How will he rebound off his poor play this morning? Final round is completely underway. We're back at the first, and Thomas Bjorn, 34-year-old from Denmark, who lives in London, has this for par.
Good save right there. That'll calm the nerves a little bit, give him a little boost of confidence.
Playing with Trevor Immelman, who surrendered a stroke at the first. Let's go to number 2.
And Phil Mickelson, 3rd shot at the par 5 2nd hole. Not able to find the fairway well enough off the tee to attack the green, and that left for a birdie. They're in trouble. Par 5's all reachable here at Augusta National, but all fairly dangerous if you're in trouble. Back to number 1.
And the first downwind today, Lanny. What does that mean as far as wind conditions around the course today?
I don't think there's enough that's going to affect anything, Jim. It might make some of the par 5s a little easier to reach on the 2nd 9, not necessarily the first 9. This now, Chris DiMarco, 152. Excellent look from the left side of the fairway at this front right hole location. Great chance to make an opening statement right here. Well done, well done. That leaves him an uphill putt from 8 feet. Couldn't have asked for any better.
Tiger will be next. And let me bring in Peter Kostis for a minute. You spoke yesterday, Peter, about Tiger's swing predicated so much on rhythm and timing. Did it disappear in the late stages of the round this morning? Can he get it back quickly?
He can clearly get it back, and I think it's the one thing to take notice of as he plays these first few holes. When his rhythm is on, his shots are superb. The only time I see him hitting foul balls is when he gets a little bit quick with the driver.
This from 91 yards. There you go. Use the slope. Perfect. That's exactly what Phil Mickelson was looking to do. Tiger making a bigger statement of his own right there.
How about the first round at the first hole? He'd actually started the round at the 10th, and just listen to this collision with the flagstick.
He needed to stuff this one, Jimmy. He did, and he got maybe one of the worst breaks you'll ever see. Not only back in the bunker on a downslope where he couldn't even get it close to the hole.
Well, Byron Nelson could relate to that. Hitting the flagstick like that, coming off the green, cost him a U.S. Open one time. Byron had knocked down a few flagstick in his time, and over at the second.
DJ, chance for a birdie. And neither of these players able to grab the hole with power off the tee and find the green with their second shot. That will likely be a par for VJ. Only one eagle at this hole this week. Earlier today, David Howell, the Englishman, who made a mess of the first hole yesterday. He had fun starting today, eagle at number 2. And in last year's tournament, 5 eagles for the whole Masters tournament at number 2, 3 of them to this hole placement. So opportunities if you hit the right shot. Now, 4th shot for Mickelson. So 2 of the big boys not able to take advantage of the opportunity at the downhill par 5 second. Back to number 1.
We're back, and DeMarco is a well-liked player out here on the tour, but this practice of giving everybody free reads, it's now gone from one Masters to another. Remember last year, he came out of the bunker fronting the 18th, and the ball came to a halt just inches behind Mickelson's spot and ended up giving Phil the line, if you will, with his roll. And now, to begin this final round, it's again dead on line. Tiger's about halfway toward the hole here, but on the same course.
Tiger might even be so close it might not make any difference, Jim. This putt for Chris DeMarco, couldn't ask for anything simpler. Up the hill, not much movement in it. Not a very aggressive stroke at all. That was came up out of that weak. That ball, I'm surprised it didn't chase at least maybe a foot by the hole if he missed it. That should have had a little bit more on it than that.
That was tentative.
It was tentative, and he's got to get some confidence going. And a stroke like that is not a very confident, not much of a confidence builder at this point in time.
Well, this is maybe a little longer than you thought, Lanny.
It is a little longer than I thought. We had a different angle. This is more like 6-7 feet. But still, not much in it. Uphill, he doesn't have to be that careful with it. Just needs to read it properly and then put it on the line he's looking at. Sounds simple, doesn't it?
Here's a look at DeMarco's putt.
Looked like he stayed down good enough. He just didn't hit it hard enough.
There's DeMarco with his caddy, who's been with him since 1999, Pat O'Brien. Pat checking his yardages and trying to find a way to stoke his player here and get him going. Let's see what. He took a lot of time here. I noticed that Steve Williams was helping him line it up, and that's something that's rare, and he doesn't usually consult Steve on these.
Tells me there's some uncertainty in what he sees.
An opening birdie.
Not much uncertainty in that stroke, though, Jim. He again poured it right in the middle with just the speed you would expect.
Just like that, the lead swells to 4. He once won this tournament by 12. That was back in 1997. He's 12 under in this one, and the advantage by 4 over DeMarco.
I can remember the first one. I can certainly remember the last one. And I can remember a lot in between, from the competitiveness, the atmosphere, the tradition that goes with the Masters. And for 50 years, I've absolutely and totally enjoyed being there.
Back at the second hole, 575 yards downhill, and Tiger's had a mixed bag off the tee at number 2 this week. Round 1 crashed into those trees, maybe 100 yards off the tee down the left-hand side. He eventually made more than a 20-footer for a par. As we look at the first round, 3 birdies, 5 bogeys. Since then, a whole pile of birdies and not many bogeys. Second and third rounds, he just clobber drives past this bunker that we can just see down the right. Second hole named Pink Dogwood. Longest hole on the course, but plays about 90 feet downhill from tee to green. Bunker, a little bit more than 300 yards to reach that bunker from the tee. The last 2 days, Tiger Woods 40 or 50 yards past that bunker and able to attack the green in 2. Downhill all the way on the second shot, and the hole cut today way back right, directly behind that huge bunker. But the contours from the middle of the green. If a player hits the right shot, working left to right, it will gather to the back right. 4th easiest hole. A host of birdies and just the 1 eagle. He's waiting because Thomas Bjorn has had a lot of trouble at number 2. He had to take a penalty shot for an unplayable lie, and is still maneuvering down this hole. Lots of trouble left off the tee. So probably left, take the unplayable, punch out. Now the 4th shot. So he'd be happy with a bogey 6 now in the bunker for 4. After the good par save at number 1. Tiger, trying to remember that swing. What a drive off the first hole. 344 yards. And par birdie birdie. But the first par was a real scramble. The last 2 birdies, monster tee shots. To the 3rd.
At Mickelson, 2nd. A hole he has owned this week. Birdied it all 3 rounds. From 124. This by far the most difficult hole placement at the 3rd. The strategy here is just play for the right wedge distance. Let's go back to 2.
Looking back from the fairway bunker. Anything on the fairway is going to allow Tiger to attack the green in 2. It is staying in the air. Look how long that ball's staying in the air, and almost carries the bunker. That's getting on for a 320-yard carry. Doesn't quite make it. Now he hopes to advance it to his favorite wedge yardage for the 3rd. Certainly better to miss the fairway to the right than the left. Trees and a hazard down the left-hand side. It's the bunker down the right. And DeMarco hit a nasty tee shot to the right yesterday. Got some relief. Eventually made a good putt for a birdie. held the finish nicely. Soft bounce, so it'll be a long second shot for DeMarco. Tiger in trouble in the bunker. Just to recap, Tiger Woods 4 ahead of DeMarco now. Bjorn on his way to the best at bogey at number 2, and Phil Mickelson 7 back. So, and a convincing start from Tiger. The great drive, the great wedge, and a good putt. Let's now go to the Butler cabin.
Thank you. We're here for Dick Enberg and his unique perspective. And we just saw Dick on the first hole. DeMarco looking a little anxious, putting, while Tiger charged right on. And you say that doesn't surprise you at all.
Yeah. Well, and DeMarco, a 36-hole leader, and he said it fits his eye, the greens here at Augusta, and he seemed to make every putt. Now, as Tiger even come close to missing one that was critical, and he moves into that 4-shot lead. Every hole, every round, every tournament, it is the Masters' final line of defense, the last line, the greens of Augusta National. And with their slopes and extreme elevations, they have fully challenged each year the very best in the game of golf.
To win this precious prize requires passing Augusta's unique test of complexity and severity. There are no free passes, no easy putts. Each demands courage and conviction. Experience has taught that grinding is essential on every one. History has documented how expensive even the short putt can be, how Ed Snead's life in 1979 might have changed if he'd made what would have been this winning putt on 18. And Scott Hoch, forever punished by a playoff miss that would have given him the title and not Nick Faldo. Hoch and Snead missed putts that stole golfing immortality. This week brought added moments of frustration and pain, and no one fully escapes. At the start, a half-inch miscalculation, producing a 30-foot error. Lofty reputation counts little. Execute or taste humility. A 1 millimeter misjudgment can equal 1 full stroke. Augusta dictates that for an 18-hole constant, you must visualize speed at a higher level than anywhere else. Yes, they all know that to earn the green jacket is to successfully pass the delicate test on Augusta's greens. The rich drama of the past is verification on occasion. Many years of master's study has fed into a master's degree. Yes, sir! And that moment of ultimate triumph, the final putt, evoking the emotional depths and the heights of becoming Masters champion. And this weekend we'll stand and cheer and live the full emotional range once again.
And well done, Dick Enberg. Certainly the greens at Augusta National take a player to bigger heights than anywhere else. Mickelson for birdie. Nowhere in the world do you have to be as precise in your visualization as putting on these greens. Disappointing par for Mickelson at the third. That is not the start that he was looking. Back to 2.
And Trevor Immelman, young South African who had a brilliant 65 yesterday after 2 73s with several 6s and a 7 on his card the first 2 rounds. Tremendous round, has moved to 4 under par. Chris DeMarco has already laid up with his second shot at this par 5. Thomas Bjorn has a short putt left for a double bogey, so a shaky start for Bjorn. Immelman, cool customer, twice the winner of the South African Open. He's won on the European Tour. That wasn't too good, and he was here a few years ago. He was a Pub Links champion, one of the ways to qualify for the Masters tournament here as an amateur. And that's an opportunity gone. Stays 4 under, 8 behind our leader. Here is Tiger, well back from the face. 280 yards, 279 yards to the cup. Trying to make clean contact, get into position for a delicate pitch shot. Just slipping into the second cut. You can see it a foot into the longer stuff will make the pitch more difficult. Now we're live with Bjorn, his double bogey putt. Saved the par at the first, but a 7 here. So one of the contenders slipping back quickly. 7 behind Woods, alongside Mickelson to the 4th.
And Mickelson on the tee. Just over the bunker on the right. It's a 6-iron. 620 feet to the flag, and it's just 9 feet over the bunker, and that is a beauty for the defending champion. Five under par, he's 7 back. And the 4th hole, Flowering Crabapple. A new flag position up on the right-hand side of the green that we haven't seen this week, but it does affect where the hole is cut today. A little bit of a steeper slope to the right. You can see the ball gather from where Mickelson's ball pitched, and fairly flat area around the hole today. We may see some birdies. BJ. Cut it in. Just pulls it over toward the left corner there, and that'll be an interesting putt. What he has left all the way across the green, left to right. We go back to the 2nd.
And let's understand why Tiger Woods was upset about his recovery from sand. He wanted to be on the fairway with a perfect lie so he could know he could nip the wedge shot, land it beyond the pin, and spin it back down the slope close to the cup. Now it's a little bit of guesswork. Will he try and hit a higher shot, try and stop it quickly next to the pin? The hole cuts so close to the lip of the bunker and the fringe. Big difference between being on the fairway and in the second cut, especially for this hole position. You might be tempted to go a little left, have the ball rolling left to right, or perhaps guide that down close to the cup. Bjorn's double bogey at 2. Only DeMarco less than 7 shots off the lead. Mickelson and Bjorn both 7 back. Lots of loft. And he got the spin. Stops it very quickly, and another chance for a birdie. A lot of rain earlier this week and a lot of rain last week, allowing the greens to be just a bit softer than we might normally be. Now DeMarco. And there's the little extra spin on the second bounce. Tiger using elevation to stop his quickly. A little spin helping DeMarco. Chance for a birdie. So from 4:43 p.m. play was stopped yesterday. 4-shot lead for DeMarco, 13 under to 9 under. 10 holes. DeMarco had made a double bogey at number 10. Tiger had moved to 10 under par, continuing his streak of birdies. Through 11, another birdie for Tiger. 8:30 in the morning. Tiger Woods, another birdie at the 12th, his 6th in succession. Starting 3 of them yesterday, 3 this morning, and then yet another, equaling Steve Pate's record of 7 consecutive birdies, leads by 2. 2 shots at 9:18 this morning. Still 2. Tiger had made a bogey at 14. In the water at 15, he still managed to keep that lead. 3-shot lead after a stumble from Chris DiMarco. And at the end of the round, it was a 3-shot lead. Chris DiMarco, poor play on the second 9. Tiger Woods, a brilliant 18 holes. 10 past 3, finishing the first hole with a birdie, extends the lead to 4. Now we're back live. We summed that up pretty much as a 2-man battle. Chris DiMarco was dominating the tournament. He bogeyed the first hole of his Masters, the 10th hole. And the field was split between first and the 10th. Bogeyed the first, then went a whole stretch of holes until his double bogey early this morning, 10th hole, ended the beautiful streak of pars and birdies. And what a gathering. 7th hole off to the right there, 7th green. The second green is a favorite spot for the patrons. They can have a great view of second shots, third shots, and maneuvering around the green. A little bit downhill. There's a beautiful stroke on the first green. He took his time there. Lanny, do you think Tiger has made a decision? I'm going to take a little extra time on these first few holes. I'm going to stay composed and stretch my lead just that bit more?
I think he's definitely trying to focus as if he were behind, Peter. I think he wants to be as aggressive, and I think his aim is just to bury this field.
Which he's done numerous times in his career, most notably at Augusta in 1997. 40 for 9 holes, then 30 for 9 holes in round 1, eventually won by 12. And with a record 72-hole score.
There's a hole, Tiger.
74 in the first round. It was a bit of up and down stuff. Then we cruise around in 66. We cruise around in 65. And we open up with 2 birdies in the last round, just in case anybody thought they could make a charge and catch a stumbling Tiger. Looks very good indeed. Pretty efficient putt. In fact, 30 putts in his second round of 66. Pretty good tee to green play. Good putting, exceptional putting in round 3. And 2 putts for 2 holes in round 4. And well-hold Chris DiMarco to move to 9 under. And he hasn't given up yet, but it's ominous signs from tremendous play. Tiger Woods on numbers 1 and 2.
Years ago, former dentist Dr. Kerry Middlecoff dazzled the patrons with a 9 under par 279. He defeated Ben Hogan by a then tournament record 7 shots. The Hall of Famer from Memphis, Tennessee logged 40 career wins and 3 major championships, including the Green Jacket in 1955.
Tiger waiting back on the 3rd tee, and it's just hard to even fathom that 12 holes ago Tiger was trailing by 5. Now he's leading by 4. And let's take a look at Flowering Peach, the shortest par 4 at Augusta National at 350 yards. Series of fairway bunkers down the left side narrows the landing area to some 27 yards. And the strategy here is really dictated by the hole location, which today is in the left side of the green, this very plateaued green, a very narrow finger of it on the left-hand side. And the strategy is undoubtedly, Lanny Wadkins, position yourself off the tee for a full wedge second.
I don't think there's any question, Bobby, he'd like to put it even with the fairway bunkers on 3.
Let's go to 4.
Oh, yes. Mickelson goes to -6 with a birdie 2 at the 4th. Now Tiger.
And a wise play for Tiger. 2 years ago, he was trailing in the final round. Similar situation, he chose the driver and made double bogey.
Well, Tiger's first 2 holes of the afternoon looking very similar to the first holes of the morning when he came out and birdied the first 4 that he would tackle, that he would face. Birdies at 1 and 2. And what do you make of this, Lanny?
Jim, I think he just looks extremely solid, number one. Number two, if he were to dominate this field today, which he's already doing, and win by 10 or more, which is possible, I think all the questions about swing changes go away.
Yep, they would disappear, no doubt. Bobby?
Well, DeMarco is going to make it a challenge for him. I'm impressed with the way he has started his final round. His swing seems to be back on go after shooting 41 this morning to finish his second 9 of the third round. Mickelson after the birdie at 4. Well, speaking of Tiger's swing changes, we had a chance to speak to him about those swing changes earlier.
You have to understand the process. You know, I've gone through this process before. And when I was working with Butch, after 97, why would you change your swing after you just won the Masters by 12? And that is the most stupid thing you could ever have done. Well, eventually 99 rolled around and I won 8, then 9 the next year. You know, it's very similar to that. You know, why would you change? Well, I think I need to go a different direction to get better. So I did, and now we're starting to see it now.
Tiger is all about perfection, taking it to be the best he can be. Doesn't matter where anybody else has been. He just wants to be the best he can be. Let's go to 6.
Mike Weir. And the 2003 champion of the Masters. With a birdie at the 6, 2 under. In the final round, he moves to 5 under par. Back to 3.
And second shots for DeMarco and Tiger Woods. DeMarco will be first to play from 125. Tiger's got 117.
6.
Well, I'm going to go with Stevie Williams, number 130. I would think it'd be a little off a pitching wedge.
Flat wedge and go right at it. Remember, I think we discussed
Hole cut 6 from the left and 4 from the back.
125-yard flat wedge. Should carry right to the pin.
And very difficult to draw it back on this green, which slopes from front to back. This is what Tiger's been talking about. These swing changes to produce pin high. No better place than right here at 3. And Lanny, this is a little bit extraordinary, the amount of time that Tiger's been taking on some shots so far in this final round.
Bobby, it looks like he's just determined not to make any kind of mental mistake.
And how's that for precision? Hole high. Only missed 5 of the last 39 greens. He and BJ been right at the top of that category this week. And now DeMarco. Oh, my. And Lanny, you know, Chris DeMarco, I was impressed with what he said earlier in the round about how he needed to stay aggressive, and he's doing just that.
He is, Bobby. He doesn't have any choice. I mean, Tiger's aggressive. Tiger's going to make birdies, and if Chris wants any chance at this green jacket, he's going to just have to come after him with everything he's got. I like his attitude.
I do too. And he's going to try to tackle Tiger at his best right now. Let's go to 5.
And this is Mickelson coming off his birdie.
This from 178, the whole location all the way in the back right today.
Hey, this was just a short while ago.
And that's well played, Jim. That's exactly what you need to do here. Get it over that slope in front. Give yourself an uphill chance at 3.
And now we're live with VJ's second.
Only pushes 1,000
Disturbing start here for VJ, who had it to 5 under at one time in the morning, and then 3-putted the 18th. He's bogeyed the 3rd, bogeyed the 4th. And in trouble here. This is already his 3rd.
Looking like his concentration is broken, Jim. I mean, it's a poor start for VJ and hitting some very uncharacteristic shots. Maybe had his hopes and dreams set on winning here this week, and now he knows they're gone and hard to get focused.
Could Tiger's play have anything to do with his concentration being broken?
I don't think there's any question. I mean, he's, you know, very poor start. He needed to start off with 3 birdies, and he's already 2 over par.
To 3.
Tiger took a little bit more of a conservative angle on his wedge. And Lanny, I felt that as difficult as that shot is to hit pin high, the safe play there is a little right of the flag.
Well, it was, Bobby. Plus, he was a little bit on the upslope. Means he's going to spin it a little bit more. So you want to give yourself some room to the right, because you saw his ball suck back a little bit. If he had put that at the hole and done that, it could have gone completely off the green.
And this green slopes severely right to left, which means this is a big left to right swinger and downhill.
Like I said, he's just not making any mental mistakes. Granted, this is only the 3rd hole, but boy, does he look in control.
Of every aspect of his game. You know, all week he's been center cutting all the short putts and made numerous 15-footers. Even when the breaks were going poorly for him in the opening round, he would still make some clutch par putts. Understandably a little conservative there. That is so quick. So par 4 for Tiger at 3. And for Chris DeMarco now an opportunity to get one back on Tiger here. That's big, Lanny.
It's very big. It's really big for Chris's momentum and for his confidence. Right now, he can say he's matching Tiger shot for shot. That's what he had to do through these first 3 holes, not let him get away.
Oh, he pulled that right off the bat, Lanny.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, you can't say it's much of a mistake. He's trying as hard as he can. He hit a heck of a second shot in there. And what I'm seeing so far, though, with 2 of his putts, Bobby, not aggressive on uphill putts. He's got to be firing those things. That's a little bit of nerves.
Let's go to 5.
And Mickelson, birdie putt on the way.
Nice solid par 4, but every time Phil makes a par, he's just not gaining any ground, and he's running out of holes.
And look at the ball on the back fringe. It belongs to VJ, and he has this one coming up for a 5, a bogey 5. Coming unhinged here in the opening stages of the final round. And it's a surprise to see.
It's very uncharacteristic. I mean, this is a man whose concentration is maybe second only to Tiger's, and I think just the disappointment of not being in the hunt today is probably gotten the best of him.
No, he hung in for that one.
But all the way back to 12 shots behind Tiger now. Over to 4.
Down there. Just move it a little left to right on top, Tiger.
Mickelson did make par. And Woods here, his closest competitor in the cuts made in a row category, has 19. He has made 140 cuts in a row. That's one of the extraordinary records he has. To stay there, and that's a good chance. Not much break in that putt, maybe a little bit left to right. And Chris DiMarco has got to get in gear here because Tiger Woods is in that lonely place he loves so much. 4 in front, approaching the halfway point here in the first 9. DiMarco has hung on bravely here. One birdie gets him right back into it. It. Oh, and they should. That's another beautiful iron shot from DiMarco. Well, a great chance maybe to get within 3 here. Tiger Woods also with a chance at the 4th.
We are back at Augusta, and we are seeing quite a separation here by Tiger Woods from the rest of the field. DiMarco hanging on within 4. Even though DiMarco at the beginning of the day had this exactly the other way, 4 in front of Woods. Phil 7 back, and all this talk leading in about the big 4. Look at this. VJ, we mentioned, backing up today big time. Tiger, there are all kinds of scenarios where he would overtake VJ at number 1 in the world, and if he wins, it belongs to him again, that ranking. Look at the last 5 majors, and it's 20 attempts, if you will, by these 4 gentlemen. 17 top 10s, 4 victories. Birdie battling the flu this week. He did have a late eagle at 13 and another birdie coming in, but he's in at plus 10 with 72 in the final round. Back out to the 4th.
About 25 feet up the hill here for Tiger, and a little left to right certainly in the first part, but this green slopes from back to front, except right here where the hole is, where it's tilted a little back up toward the bunker there. So this one will be left, right, and then certainly straightening at the end. Might even go left, so he'll be taking a very close look at this one. 33 times he has held the lead after 3 rounds in his career, and he has won on an astonishing 30 occasions from holding that lead. Played the par 5s even. 8 under par in the par 4s. As you would expect him to be well under on the 5s. This to go 14 under. And 5 in front, at least for the meantime. Right on line. And we won't see a whole lot of smiles from him from here on in. He'll be deadly serious. Even if he makes birdie or whatever, it's all serious stuff from here. Yeah, an ounce more. That was right in the middle. It just made him a little more comfortable. Now DeMarco. This for birdie. Tiny little tap. It stays there. He hit a good putt, Lenny.
He did, David. I mean, he could have birdied all 4 holes right now. And boy, what kind of pressure would that have on Tiger? We would be looking forward to one heck of a shootout. David, that was a better stroke, though. That was a little bit more firm and positive and right on the high side. That much better than the one he made at 1 and 3.
You could see by the attitude of his body that he liked it the whole way until it just catches the lip. Can't believe it didn't go right. You're kidding me. So no change after the 4th. We'll go ahead to the 6th.
And this is where Phil Mickelson wound up off the tee. So short. See how aggressive he is with this chip. Oh, boy. Back to 5.
And Tiger.
Going with 3 wood.
Yeah.
286 to the first bunker on the left, 306 to the second one. He takes 3 wood to avoid him out to the right-hand side, so he won't drive it through the fairway. Excellent play.
Very matter-of-fact about everything he's doing now.
Looks just so under control, Jim. Confident in what he's doing. Has his game plan that he wants to follow, and he's following it perfectly.
DeMarco.
And DeMarco not nearly as long as Tiger. This hole doesn't suit his eye real well. He'll take this down the left center and try and get it in the right center of the fairway with a little cut.
Short.
He did that yesterday here. He took it left yesterday, got in the second cut short of the bunkers. Same area today, and he better hope it stops short of those bunkers. They're extremely deep. Probably no chance to reach the green if he got in the bunker.
It's his first missed fairway today. First round 67, second round 67. And then it started going the other way on the second 9 this morning. Now at the 12th, this is after again double bogeying his first hole of the morning over at 10. Had to take an unplayable. At 17, he was on the front fringe, and look how wide he missed the putt here. The first one I'm talking about that left him in that position. So a 3-putt bogey at the 17th as we started the 4th round.
Very weak effort here at 1, Jim, and the thing that strikes you is how many putts he made yesterday, the first 9. This attempt here at 3, also not really struck solid. Yesterday he made everything on the front side.
And then at the 4th is from a man who, in his early days as a pro, had a shorter, quicker stroke than we see today and couldn't hit the hole from 5 feet. It was in that rain delay 10 years ago at the Disney tournament. His friend Skip Kendall gave him a little demonstration with the claw grip. He was so desperate, he's decided to go out and give it a try. Within 2 days, he said he felt 10 years old again. 15.
And having a really hot day. This is a moment ago, Tom Lehman Well, that was the eagle. Not a particularly special attempt. Now live for birdie. This for 3 in a row for the U.S. Ryder Cup captain. Nicely done. He's playing with last year's European captain Bernhard Langer, good friend of Lehmann's. And in the final round of the Masters, Tiger Woods is off to a great start here, now 4 in front of Chris DiMarco.
Masterful performances. In 1953, the tournament belonged to Ben Hogan. Patrons ran to the 18th to catch a glimpse of Hogan's victory. 14 under par, the total was a Masters record at the time. By 1967, there was a poignant trip through the pines as a 54-year-old Hogan labored up the 18th, seeking one last handshake with destiny.
He has tied the record 6 under 66.
Ben Hogan, now gone, never forgotten at Augusta.
Here in Augusta, Georgia, Tigers on the move, leaving the likes of DiMarco and VJ and Nicholson in his wake, looking for another green jacket. It would be number 4. It would tie Arnold Palmer for the second largest collection in one closet, only exceeded by Jack Nicklaus's 6. And he's out here at the 5th, again, ideal position.
I thought a smart play might be underneath the hole in the center of the green, but Tiger's feeling very frisky today. That is one heck of a play. Flying it all the way back to that hole, and I mean, if you hit it over that green, there's nothing.
Let's see what DiMarco ends up with after another tee shot. Actually, his first tee shot of this round wide of the mark, but another one on this hole for the second straight day, going left. And this looks very similar.
Again, very fortunate, stayed short of that fairway bunker. From here, if he can carry it on top, it will probably release and has a good chance of putting this back to the hole. When you run after it like that, you usually like it.
That was from 168 and curling in even closer.
It's okay. That's a heck of a play from there. Jim, I feel like watching Tiger today, after seeing the vignette on Hogan, it's very Hogan-esque in the way he's playing. His irons are going perfect distance. And look at Chris running after his shot right here. When you do that, you know you've hit a good one. It's when you stay there and bury your club in the ground that you're not pleased.
Now, earlier, Immelman had this for birdie. This is in the pairing straight ahead. Grew up in South Africa, would stay up late at night to watch the majors come home on television. And that is certainly a great highlight for him. South Africans in the field. Trevor Immelman finished, well, he's tied for 4th right now. There's Goosen tied 12th. When he played here as an amateur for the first time in 1999, coming as the U.S. Public Links champion, he got to play with his hero, Gary Player, in the first round of the Masters. But he used to stay up and watch the majors on television, and he's proud to say has every major on video since 1984. Well, back on the green, Tiger and Chris both with birdie chances.
And what I was referring to, Jim, is that every iron Tiger has hit to date, every single one, exactly the correct distance. With the greens this small and undulating as they are here at Augusta National, that is some advantage when you're able to do that.
You know, we're seeing something that, Lanny, I really wasn't sure we'd ever see again. And I don't know if I can explain it accurately, but back 3, 4, 5 years ago for Tiger, when he was in that stretch of 7 wins in 11 majors, when you get into a position like what we saw yesterday, when he's climbing that leaderboard, and now that he's overtaken everyone, you get the feeling that everyone is now completely freaking out about this, and they're going the other way. They're so deflated.
I don't think there's any question. I think the first one we look at, I think BJ, I think he got his attention big time what happened. And I think starting today's round, he felt like he had no chance. And I think Phil's not far behind. He's been a little bit more aggressive. But, you know, it's like a hopeless cause right now for these guys.
And that's the word. That's the word that you felt was in the air for all the players back during that Tiger Slam. There was a hopelessness that would really kind of hover above these major championships. They'd see the Woods name go up the leaderboard, and they would just go south. They would go the other way.
And I'll tell you what else I'm seeing today that I haven't seen from Tiger in a long time. I am seeing him on full tilt grind. I haven't seen him look at putts this hard in a long time. You have to understand, he knows these greens. He's been coming here quite a while. They don't change that much. And he is just working them over, and I think that shows how much confidence he has in his putting stroke, that he's able to hit it exactly where he's looking. And he wants to make sure of the line. Even the 2 he's missed on the 2 previous holes were right in the middle. They just weren't the correct speed. He's acting like he wants to birdie every hole.
I'm sure he does. When you make 7 in a row, spread across 2 days of action, late Saturday and early Sunday, to tie the all-time birdie run at Augusta, I'm sure you get those thoughts going.
Yeah, and the one thing we haven't seen really is him make any long putts like this week. You know, he's hit it so well with his irons. He's only had to make the close ones. If he starts making these, it's going to get ugly. That was extremely frisky for him. Didn't expect that. Might have been a result of the last 2 putts that he hit that were right on line and weren't hard enough.
Hey, does DeMarco look at this at all like a match play situation? Again, he played on the Ryder Cup team, teammate of Tiger's. Last September, had the only winning record on the American side for the matches, and then was a finalist this year at the World Match Play as David Toms defeated him in the final, but he made it all the way to the last match.
I think in a way he does. I think he's just trying to stay aggressive, and I think if he can get close enough, that could have been huge. He's hit some good putts. I mean, he's hit a couple of weak ones, but now the last 2 were struck excellent.
Well, that would have been interesting had that one dropped.
Yeah, a chance for a 2-shot swing here right quick. I mean, exactly. And he knows it. I mean, that's the thing about this golf course. You can make birdie anywhere. We watch Chris. When you go down like that, you think you've made it.
What are you seeing out of his game?
I see some serious toughness with Chris DeMarco. I'm watching him. I'm watching him in the Ryder Cup. I mean, I would love to have had a guy like him on my team as captain. I tell you, or play with me as partner in a match somewhere. He's a guy you want on your side. I don't think he's got any quit in him, and I think he's got one big heart.
All right, Tiger, to avoid the first mistake of the final round.
Oh, I think that's a mental error, Jimmy. I think that's just a mental error, and that's a mental error right there.
Tapping it in with the toe?
On this stage, it's hard for me to criticize that.
Never thought I'd hear you say that. With your reputation.
It's only a reputation.
I think there are a few facts to back that one up. So DeMarco gains 1 on Woods. Very nearly picked up 2.
I still think the first putt was caused by the last 2 being short, and he's trying to make them so hard. He just got, overzealous with it, and it's the one thing you can't make. One mistake you can't make is 3 putts, especially from an area as simple as he was putting. That one wasn't struck hard enough. his speed has been so good the last 2 days. To see it off now for 3 holes in a row is kind of surprising.
All right, let's go to the 7th.
And Phil Mickelson missing the screen to the left, coming back up and over the ridge. And Phil admittedly has not had a very good week with the putter. He'll need that for his par. Let's go back to Chris DeMarco and Tiger Woods as they go to the 6th tee.
Meanwhile, up at the green, Trevor Immelman at 5 under. Make it 6. 25-year-old in his third appearance at Augusta. And here's a view from overhead of the par 3 6th. Playing today at 189 yards. Large bunker front, and the hole cut in its normal Sunday placement, top right quadrant, atop a plateau. See, for the week, it's played with a stroke average of 3.19. 4 aces in the history of this hole in the Masters, and one of them accomplished a year ago by Chris DeMarco in the first round. Almost holed it out in the first round here this week, and would love to get it within 10 feet here. Here was the hole-in-one last year. First one in 32 years at the 6th. Previously accomplished by Charles Coody. One hopping in for Chris DeMarco. And he almost held it in the second round, as well as the first round here today. Now here's Chris, trailing by 3. Now will it hold? Here's it will. Run after it. Stays up. Tiger Woods. In each of his previous 3 tournament wins here, he's been in the 60s in the second and third rounds to establish a position of leadership. In 1997, when he won by 12, he was 66 in the second round, 65 in the third. Today, he's fresh off of a 65 in the third, a 66 in the second. Backs away. He came to grief on this hole in the first round. Recall he'd just missed hitting a perfect tee shot. Another 2 feet, he would have stayed up on the ridge. It rolled down the ridge and went off the green in the front. High. And DeMarco's ball, I believe, just moved. How about that? The slight vibration from Tiger Woods' ball hitting the green caused Chris DeMarco's ball to go in motion and roll back off the green. Unbelievable. Here's Woods' tee shot. The vibration from the impact Lanny, it's been a week in which we've seen things we never expected.
Well, Vern, I was kind of surprised the ball stayed there to begin with. It was right on the precipice, and it just hung for an unbelievable amount of time. I know Chris was dying to run up there and mark it and just wasn't able to get to it in time, and now he's faced with an extremely difficult shot.
Rubber the green. Well, let's go back to the first round, and Tiger Woods, an almost eerily similar experience. His ball rolled back off, and this was Tiger's attempt for birdie. It comes up to the ridge. Not quite enough. And he had the same putt for a second time. But my goodness, the inexplicable happenings just a moment ago. Lanny, tough to gather yourself after something like that, or can you just shake it off?
Well, you've got to shake it off. He didn't have any choice, Vern. I think the ball might have even started rolling before Tiger's ball landed. Tough to tell. It looked like Tiger's ball was just coming down, and Chris's ball was already about halfway back down the slope. That's where it stopped right there, Vern. And
yeah, here's where it is now.
And this is a tough play. I mean, yes, it's a bad break. He was probably thinking how lucky he was to be up there in the first place. This is where he really expected to be when his ball was in the air.
Well, this is all about speed, pace, get it up over the ridge, which he has done. That's definitely done. He's really handling himself quite nicely.
Bernie's just staying right in it. He's not getting flustered. He's hit some poor shots, maybe made a couple of poor decisions earlier this morning. Probably not as much confidence in his putter as he had yesterday on his first 9, but you know, you can just still see some fire in this guy. And he's going to hang around. I mean, Tiger's going to have to run off and leave him. I don't think he's going to beat himself.
First 35 holes. He had that one bogey on his opening hole of the first day. It was the 10th. Started on the outside. That's noise right below the tower on 16, and the 6th green where Woods and DeMarco are playing is only 100 yards away, so they could hear the reaction. Ryan Palmer just birdied the hole. That was the noise you heard. Now Tiger Woods. Absolutely perfect final day weather after a rather tortured path to this point. Here's Woods. That'd be a 3 for Tiger. Keep him at 12 under after rounds of 74, 66, 65. And off his first bogey, the 3-putt. Now here's Chris DeMarco for par. Very well done, DeMarco. Just a moment ago, Ryan Palmer at 16. How tough is this from way off the green, downhill, Left to right break. Through the shadows, that's a 2, and Ryan Palmer back-to-back birdies. He chipped in at the 15th as well. Oh, the young man born in Amarillo who lives in Hurst, Texas now, between Dallas and Fort Worth. But he's out of sight of Tiger Woods, who is at 12 under. He's going to rest his 29-year-old bones. Woods by 3. DeMarco in second. Mickelson, Trevor Immelman at 6 under. And let's go to 7.
7th hole, named Pampas. Really lengthened a couple years ago, driving out of a really tight chute. If you elect to lay back with an iron, you'll be playing back into a narrow area of the fairway. Driver actually opens the fairway up just a little bit more, but the key thing, second shot. Small green, plateaued. You must control your distance. Now Chris DeMarco going with the driver. His tendency is to miss it left when he makes a bad swing. And a fairly good bounce there. He'll be in the second cut, but could have gone further into the trees. Now Tiger electing to go with the iron. And what I'm seeing out of Tiger Woods now, his body language, his expressions on his face, he's trying to turn this week and today into a in-your-face, I told you so to all of his critics. Good results. And that's really the name of the game for Tiger Woods right now. A look of determination on his face. Chris DeMarco doing his best to try and close some ground. But Tiger Woods right now, 3-shot lead over Chris DeMarco and 6 over Phil Mickelson.
A list of masterful performers must include the sweet swing of Sam Snead. He first arrived in 1937, would compete in 44 tournaments at Augusta National, spanning 6 decades. 3 times Masters champion Sam Snead.
Well, the first 3 names you see, Woods, DeMarco, Mickelson, all 1 under in the final round. And in fact, add Immelman to that list, all of them 1 under. You're on the first side, Sunday's final round. And we head over to the 8th.
Mark Hensby for a birdie at the par 5. Taking the front portion of the 8th green. Very accessible for the right kind of second shot. And Hensby, who won in the Quad Cities last year, an Australian. And Australia has managed to win the Masters, Greg Norman the British Open, Elkington the PGA, in '95 David Graham in the United States Open. There are 8 Australians in this field. There's not yet a Masters tournament winner from Australia. To the 7th.
A look back from behind the green to Tiger Woods in the fairway, 172 yards. Left himself well back. Where this hole is located today, if he misses it 3 steps left of the hole, it will go off the green to the left. He has about 4 steps right of the hole to play. Try and bring it in toward the back of the green and let the green funnel it forward. Tiger's routine is very determined, very deliberate. Good full aggressive swing. That would most likely be an 8-iron. He's trying to hit hard and high. And uh-oh, that is a mistake. He hit it about 3 yards too far, and that kind of a mistake at Augusta National, you will pay the price. That will be quick coming down the slope. Cannot believe it. He's been so good at controlling his distance, but that's really what this examination at Augusta National is all about. Good shots are not good enough. You have to hit excellent shots to be rewarded. Now Chris DiMarco, second cut, 139. Difficult to control the spin, going in with a partial shot. And that will catch the ridge and funnel all the way back down toward the front right portion of the green. He missed the ridge on the wrong side. And he got lucky there. It may be shades of what happened back at 6, though, because it's right on the edge. You know, Tiger could tell people he's close, that he's getting better, all he wanted to. But until he dominates with a performance, people will not believe it. In the 7th hole yesterday, third round, that's where he really started this whole thing. A wonderful approach shot. Using the contours of the green to funnel the ball toward the hole. And that will be the first of 7 straight birdies. Superb ball striking, missed one fairway, missed one green. But Lanny, you get the feeling Tiger's trying to make a statement here. This is his opportunity to end all the criticism about his marriage, about his golf swing, about everything. And he wants to take full advantage of this opportunity.
Well, Peter, he's got an opportunity, no question. And if he can just control his golf ball, the distance he hits his irons is the big thing today, and he's been doing it until that shot.
Let's go forward to 8 first.
Mickelson's third shot, chipping for an eagle. Accessible hole location. Not that grab on the second bounce that he wanted. He's just determined to give the ball a chance to go in for an eagle. To 7.
The general rule is when you're playing downhill, you need to chip the ball to get a little bit of spin to control the distance. Putting it from here, the ball would not have any backspin, and it would really be quick once it hit the green. Putting from the fringe going uphill is another proposition altogether. Really studying everything, like he doesn't want to make any mental mistakes that could lead to physical mistakes. And this is the kind of a chip that if you miss your landing spot by just a couple of inches, you could end up 10 or 15 feet or even off the green as the result. Went for the short accelerating stroke, trying to spin it. Safe play. Well done. If he'd have tried to get it more on line with the hole, he really would have risked missing the green to the right. So it'll be about a strong 4-footer for Tiger to keep his par at 7. And Chris DiMarco now has played beautifully. And as he gets ready for his birdie putt, we'll go to 8.
And Phil Mickelson, chance to move to 7 under, get within 5. close, and an opportunity gone, a hole where he could reach into, and really was in a great position to chip in one putt for birdie to 7.
You get the feeling if DeMarco can pour one of these in, it might open the floodgates. And a little bit of recoil in that putting stroke. And those are the strokes that we saw at 1 and 3. When the putter recoils, he does not hit it solidly. Phil Mickelson did make his putt at number 8. You can always tell when a putter is confident with a stroke, with the way he's putting. There's no recoil in the stroke, and that's what I've seen with Chris on his bad ones. And there comes a point where you keep hitting the ball as well as he has and not taking advantage of it, and you get frustrated, and then you make a stupid decision that really could hurt you.
Peter, he looks pretty calm about his decisions. I think he understands what's going on, and the one thing, unless Tiger starts making a lot of birdies again, as long as he can continue to put pressure on him with his ball striking, he's going to keep himself in the game.
And you always wonder with Tiger, will that odd foul ball creep up at the wrong time? I think that's the one thing that gives these players hope now as compared to Tiger maybe 3 or 4 years ago. This for par. See that stroke, beautifully done, no recoil, a very positive move through the ball. So Tiger Woods escapes the 7th hole with a par. And Chris DeMarco has a tap in to stay 3 shots back. They will be heading toward the 8th tee. We'll take a look at the putting stroke. Watch the follow through. Watch as the putter goes and then it comes back. That's called recoil. Watch your putter do that. That means he is trying to adjust during the stroke and you can't do it. You rarely, if ever, see that on Tiger Woods. Let's go forward to 15.
And the colorful Englishman, Ian Poulter. This was earlier. And that for an eagle. Not sure what those colors university that stand for over here, but it certainly looks a little like the marching band. He goes back to +6. We'll be seeing a lot of him hopefully over here, and this was his playing partner. This is the 16th knot.
Jerry Kelly. Watch this. Well, we saw a couple like that a year ago from Harrington. And from Kirk Trippett. Well, it's Sunday in Augusta. Go ahead and conduct the choir. Tiger Woods over Chris DeMarco by 3. Phil Mickelson, Trevor Immelman are at 6 under par. Then Mike Weir, champion in 2003. Mark Hensby at 5 under. Bjorn at 4. Singh at 3. We go to 8.
570 yards uphill. A huge bunker on the right-hand side, dominating the view from the tee. Wonder whether has the power to reach this hole. Up over a ridge on the second shot. He's probably relying on a nifty pitch shot to set up a birdie.
Peter, looks like they're encouraging it today. The tee looks well forward today.
Just a few yards up, Lenny. It's just enough to make a difference. Of course, Tiger could carry the bunker, about 315 to carry the bunker. And Tiger could carry that in earlier rounds. He made a bogey in round 1. He was off to the right of the bunker in the trees, tried what appeared to be a very ambitious recovery, crashed into the trees, and made bogey. Yesterday, he made a beautiful putt The second of his 7 consecutive birdies, 3 of them last night. He finds the fairway. Routine to find the green next to the green here too. Well, this could be interesting.
Here's the same thing. Every time he tries to hit it extremely hard, he cannot stay in there. He got out of it too quickly, and the ball went well to the right. If he just makes his normal swing, he hits it plenty far enough.
Well, that's the thing. He doesn't need to get. It's not as if he's trying to drive a short par 4. Just a regular shot from Tiger would give him enough power. And Peter Kostis, it's a quick spin out, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and watch as the club gets set at the top. It gets a little bit longer, gets past parallel, and from that position there, he really dips and then spins up and out with the lower body, and that's why he can't get the club face squared. He has gone to technology. He's gone to a graphite shaft, 45 inches long for more distance. He needs to trust that.
So we'll see. We talked about the first round. This was the second shot. It looked very difficult to me. We think he was trying to go up high. A quick turn to the left. Where's the ball? Oh, it's back over there. Further away than he started. And it would lead to a bogey. See whether he has any opportunities for an aggressive second or whether he plays conservatively. If he has to pitch out sideways, then he still has a blind shot up over the hill. Yellow Jasmine, number 8. 570, lengthened a few years ago. This bunker on the right was enlarged, so it really is a factor off the tee. For most players, of course, Tiger with a good hit can get past it, then up the hill over a ridge. That's what makes the second shot difficult. Players can't see the putting surface even after a very long drive. And the hole today on this front narrow portion, we've seen some interesting chipping and putting to the back half of the green. Today, accessible spot. Ernie Els an eagle in the last round last year, and that couple of eagles he had in the chase. Just a 3-shot lead. 6 over Mickelson and Immelman. And, very thoughtful Tiger Woods, trudging slightly up the hill to his ball at number 8. Protecting the 3-shot lead.
And Tiger leads it here by 3. First real hitch to the full swing in the final round coming here at the tee at the 8th. We await the view for the second shot. Is he jailed? Will he have a pitch out or an angle, an avenue? Over to the 8th.
Chris DiMarco ready to go with his second shot.
Oh, look at the mud.
It's a very wide area at the top of the hill, and he misses it. Blaming it on some mud on the ball. Look how much fairway there is. That's the walkway from the 9th tee down the hill to the 9th fairway. A huge area to find with his second shot if he's not going for the green. And to Tiger, the big opening to get back on the fairway, but obviously not able to do anything too aggressive.
Yeah.
Try to get to the top of the hill so you can have a view for the pitch. His ball ran through the trees. We had word that his second shot was not much more than 200 yards. So if he'd had a clear shot, it would have been fun. But had to pitch out sideways and still would just have a wedge for his third to that narrow portion of the green, and would expect the ball to be dancing around the cup. And Chris DiMarco, one of the many rules officials, and Mr. Horde from the PGA of America. We have seen a little mud on the ball, but playing the ball down. Well, apparently some of the discussion DiMarco had was he didn't really like Tiger's reaction, bashing the tee into the ground after this shot. You have to wonder. It's not the best reaction in the world, but not the worst either. Annie, I don't know whether that is going to qualify as conduct unbecoming to a professional, and somebody needs to talk to Tiger.
I don't think there's any problem with that one, is he? Not at all. No, I mean that's actually a minor flare-up for Tiger these days.
Yeah, we saw the reaction on the first hole when his pitch shot, monster drive in the pitch shot, crashed into the pin and went in the bunker, led to a bogey. I mean, he'd lobbed the club at the bag that time, and perhaps understandable. Of course, you'd prefer not to have players do that, but very focused, driven professional, and getting a poor result from a great shot in that case. Has a little further to go than we thought. 158 to go with a third shot. Lanny, he needs to have calmed down by now.
Yeah, I think Tiger's okay. I think Chris DiMarco's probably upset more with the mud he's been picking up on his golf ball than anything else. That gets frustrating, you know, because if it's tight and as tough as these greens are, if you've got mud on it, you've lost control.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if DiMarco was making an official complaint about Tiger's performance on the tee, his behavior on the tee. He needs to make very sure of what the wind is doing. It's a very narrow front portion of the green, just 10 yards wide. And if you miss left, it will kick to the left and leave a very difficult chip. And much the same on the right, but not quite such a severe slope. Downhill from there to the flag. It's going to be a fast putt. He thought they might have. It's not over the ridge. It makes a difference. He's okay. Mr. Marco. Less than 100 yards. 87 yards. Let's see if he can get enough spin coming out of the second cut to stop it next to the cup. He has a bit of a backboard. He can run to the far side of the green. It might come back to the hole. Beautifully done. But love it nicely using the trajectory to stop the ball. And with all the rain early in the week, even with the sub-air systems that this was as they came up the hill. Chris DiMarco. I wonder what they were talking about, Lanny.
I think it still has to be the mud, Peter. They're not out of position slow play-wise. There's nothing going on there. And the way he was gesturing with his hands, you know, makes me feel that it was mud. And I think that that's the thing that really upsets players more than anything else sometimes. They don't want to. I think he's just venting at the official over the mud. There's nothing the official can do about it, Peter, as you well know. So it's just something that he probably need to get out of his system. And you know what? It's a smart thing to get it out of his system.
Of course, they're not going to change the rules in the middle of the round, and Augusta National are very reluctant to use preferred lies. I'm not sure they've ever used preferred lies, even under some of the wettest conditions. You just take relief from your casual water if necessary. A little mud on the ball, well, that's bad luck.
Yeah, that's the way it is. I mean, and it's the same for everyone, Peter. It's not like the group in front's got any better deal than these guys do. So, you know, sometimes you just have to accept the hand you're dealt, and you know, learn to live with it. Fortunately for Chris, he was hitting a layup shot. It wasn't that big a deal.
That's right. If it had been a longer shot over water, a whole different question. To number 10.
Mike Weir. Going out in 34.
This from 198, the flag all the way in the back center, back right center. What a play.
Well, he's having another fine Masters. He won it 2 years ago. He's already moved up to the tie for third. But still 6 back of this man at number 8.
It's going to be a challenge. Downhill, left to right. For a birdie, but I think realistically he'd be very happy with a par. And then clear his mind and make a good swing with the driver off the next tee. Try and forget about the one off this par 5 8th tee. At this front hole location the last couple of years. Just a little more excitement on day 4. Better opportunity for eagles here than maybe 25 yards further back on the green. So a player, even if he's struggling to reach the green. If he does reach the front edge, he has that chance for an eagle. He didn't get a very good downhill putt at the 5th and led to a 3 putt. Let's see if he can lag this one to tap in range. DeMarco, always a feisty competitor. He is just voicing his opinion to the official up the hill that he may, as you said, Lanny, just clear his mind and get down to business. Now Tiger's birdie try. Look how fast he was expecting this to be. And what a misjudgment of the line. Looks like he started almost straight. I mean, it's a little bit of a bowl effect in the front portion of the screen, sloping in from the left and from the right. And that hole, from his angle, the kick in from the left as he was putting was significant, and he seemed to miss it completely. Number 9.
Well, Phil Mickelson, he's got another good look at birdie. And they're not falling.
No, he needs these to go in, Jim, at this point in time. He needed that one to go in and shoot about 30 on the second 9, and you never know, but they're not going in right now.
Well, he shot 31 last year on Sunday on the second 9. Don't think that would be good enough, do you?
I think he'd be a couple short.
Back to 8.
An opportunity for DeMarco getting to double figures. Tiger certainly has work to do to save par here. Also didn't appear to ever be quite high enough. General break back down the fairway. Always going to go a little left to right. I think he knows it. Opportunity to definitely close the gap and maybe exert some pressure.
Peter, these are some weak efforts Chris is making, unfortunately, with the putter. This is not the same man we saw putting yesterday afternoon.
No, he had that brilliant stretch of birdies and pars, just everything under control. Came back this morning to finish the last 9 holes of round 3 and struggled. Saw that second shot at 10. It was a horrid one, leading to an unplayable line. It was a struggle from there. He knows he's missed an opportunity. He knows Tiger's already had a 3-putt earlier in this round, missed a shortish one. I'd love to have made a birdie and just have Tiger think that a little bit more. Realize it's not going to be just a stroll for victory, that Chris is going to hang in there. Save the par. His papers hold even par for the week. A bogey, a couple of pars and 1 birdie. Stays at 12, but he might be fond of that swing on the tee. What should be a formality. Stay 3 behind. And 3 clear. Weir, Mickelson and Immelman. I'd prefer it at the moment. Subdued as that last pairing walks to the 9th tee. To the 10th.
And Mike Weir. With birdie. Moving back to the 9th. DeMarco puts down the 5. Here is Carolina Cherry.
Tight driving hole, Jim, coming out of this shoot. You want to keep down the right side of the fairway. Just to the right side of that large oak you see in the background. Further down you can get it, the flatter the lie gets coming into this green. A little downhill second shot to an uphill green, heavily bunkered on the left. Today's hole location over in the left center, left front center. You got a shelf right up behind it so you can get aggressive, go right at the flag. You've got a small backstop.
Will Mickelson is carrying a club.
That raises the possibility right off the bat that he has too many clubs in his bag.
Oh my goodness.
Or that he had with what he's doing, he's had a club come loose very, very easily. That his driver his driver head has come loose. The epoxy has come loose. He sent him to the clubhouse to get a spare, which you are allowed to do. If your club is damaged and is not functional in the normal course of playing, you can replace that club. And that's obviously what has happened. Now, this is a tough situation, standing right up on the 9th tee with a brand new driver.
I think we can toss aside any of that speculation about mud on the ball or anger issues with Tiger back on the 8th tee. Those were unfounded. And here you go. He shows it to Will Mickelson.
And he actually twisted the club, Jimmy. He grabbed hold of the head, grabbed hold of the grip, and twisted, and the head moved. Epoxy will come loose. If, you know, these clubs sit in the heat long enough, and they'll come loose.
For just a split second, I know what you were thinking, that perhaps there was one too many clubs in the bag. We had that incident actually this week with Fuzzy Zoeller at the start of the tournament. It cost you 2 shots a hole. I was starting to do some
with when else a maximum of 4, so he couldn't be penalized more than 4.
All right, well there you go. Still,
it would have been 4.
And of course, Ian Woosnam back at the Open Championship in, what was it, 2001, when he thought he'd made birdie on the first hole.
I was impressed with the number of drivers he brought out. I mean, usually most guys carry maybe 1 spare, maybe 2. He came out with 3 or 4.
Whole handful.
Looks like a tennis player with half a dozen rackets. Now, a big shot for Tiger Woods. Let's get some confidence back. Yesterday he pulled it and carried those trees on the left.
Yes, sir.
Took that one high down the left-hand side, looking to cut it back in the center.
Perfect.
A little bit more of a cut in a controlled shot with that swing. Looked like he did not have the confidence to go ahead and just let it go as he did here yesterday. That was a cut to make sure he put it in the fairway.
Really not a whole lot has happened since the first 2 holes when Tiger went birdie. He's won over since that time, and DeMarco's made, well, he's rattled off now 6 straight pars. Mickelson at the 10th.
And well back, this from 202 yards. Doesn't make any difference. I'll just stick it in there about 8 or 10 feet. Much quicker putt than Mike Rearhead. Now this is a downhill, right-breaking putt, very difficult.
Well, he had that one, that flag covered. Woods, the lead of 3.
There's the young, you know, the veteran guys, and then there's players who have been there and been around that place more than anybody, the Jackson, Tom Watsons, and Arnold. That's the great thing about Augusta, being a champion.
Struck it nicely. Oh, Canada!
4 plays, Tiger Woods not riding.
Well, Tiger came to the first tee, 3 in front of Chris DeMarco. DeMarco has hit some solid shots. The putts aren't dropping. Tiger added a little comfort. Birdies at 1 and 2, but nothing since. Only a bogey, a 3-putt bogey at the 5th. And he continues to motor along with the comfortable margin. Although around here, Lanny, 3 shots, I don't care who it is, can certainly disappear quickly.
3 shots is absolutely nothing in this golf course, Jim. I mean, just like we saw this morning, that can disappear in a matter of 1 hole. Even to Tiger Woods.
Yeah, I think of the years, and again, it's not Tiger in the situation, but just look at last year when Ernie had a pretty big margin until things started going crazy on the second 9. Even with Ernie's attempts to knock in birdies, he had a couple, or Eagles had a couple of those. Mickelson made up a lot of ground. The year Duval in 1998 had the 3-shot lead with 3 holes to play. He just made really one mistake at 16 where he had a 3-putt bogey for a little opening for Mr. O'Meara, who went on to win the green jacket with a birdie close.
Exactly. It'd be interesting to watch Chris DiMarco the rest of the way in there. When you've got 2 or 3 drivers, like he had, 3 more drivers coming out, there's a reason you're not playing with the one they brought out. It's not your favorite. So this one he's put in his bag is second team. That means he's not going to hit it either as far, as straight, as solid. There's something that's different. You know, no 2 are just alike. So there's going to be a slight discomfort factor now, knowing that he's got to make up for a driver that he doesn't think he can hit as well as the one he had in his bag.
It's an excellent point. And back over 10. Will Phil get jump started right here for birdie?
Just powered it right through the break. There's a beautiful stroke and correctly read. Speed just a little off.
It's one of those mental hurdles. You kind of feel like you're restarting when you come to the 10th. You just get one to get going.
Well, and what I see from Phil right here is it looks like he's trying to force the issue. He wants it so bad. He wants to go shoot 30. And when your speed starts getting strong and you're hitting putts for the break, you're really trying to force him in and you're not trusting your stroke.
Distracted by a shadow off in the distance, so he'll reset and we'll send it over to the 9th. For the second of DiMarco.
Just from 179. Whole location right over the right edge of that front bunker.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
He is playing some iron shots. I mean, with some putts right now, I mean, he could actually be past Tiger Woods. Iron-wise, he is actually as solid as Tiger has played in his look today. Chris has outplayed him on the front 9, tee to green.
I don't think they need to bring him out any new irons.
No, those are okay.
And let's see how Tiger reacts to this. You think any idea that DiMarco's stiff?
I think he has a big idea he's stiff, and I think this is from 140. An easier shot for Tiger coming out of the fairway. Takes it in past the hole. Exactly what you're supposed to do here. Use the slope. Boy, I'm amazed at how well these 2 men are controlling their golf ball. It's beautiful stuff.
Well, I ask you again, is it match play now between these 2?
Getting that way. I think if it was a shot closer, if we see a little change after this hole, we're going to the backside wide open.
Here's DiMarco.
It didn't sound like a solid strike. It sounded like one that you caught a little high on the club. And that's probably what happened. It released very nicely.
And then Tiger's second.
I mean, just a beautiful swing. Exactly. I mean, you can't draw this up any better. He just misread it a little, that's all.
Well, this side yesterday was really the launching point for Tiger in this tournament. He'd shot 66 in the conclusion of round 2, which again went on to Saturday morning. But now in the afternoon on Saturday.
This from only 121 and a huge drive in the left-hand side. Really top hole location from yesterday in the back left. Just a spectacular wedge.
The third birdie to go into the night.
Only shot he hit after that was his tee shot at the 10th. Had a lot of mud on it, and it was a very fortuitous thing that they blew the horn when it did, because he was able to put a clean ball down and play this morning and made birdie.
Yeah, he rolled out of bed and made 4 in a row. Yeah, this Chris DiMarco, though, after 41 in the morning, there's been a lot of guys that just would have never recovered. You talked about how competitive he is, how gut he is. Comes from a family that knows how to compete. His father, Rich, was a 4-year basketball player, 3-year letterman at St. John's University back in the late 50s, playing for Hall of Fame coach Joe Lapchick, and a member of the St. John's 1959 NIT championship team. He was born, talking about Chris, Long Island, New York, but the family moved shortly thereafter to Florida. They knew that they had a great young talent in Chris, and they moved on to Florida, where he had, of course, the chance to play year-round.
This does become a little bit of match play right here, Jim, because Tiger can make this, and even though Chris has a much shorter putt, much simpler, it does put a little bit of pressure back on him. He's aware right now that the one guy he has to look out for, besides taking care of his own business, is Chris DiMarco.
This is the traditional Sunday location, and they're right below us, behind us. We've seen this putt through the years, missed a number of times to the right.
It's so close to the slope, which comes over the left, that it actually keeps the ball from going left as much as you first think.
Dead center.
He's been here before. He's reading these greens excellent.
And he also watches the tapes. That's how he's prepared for mini Masters. Going back and reviewing and watching. So 34. 3 higher than yesterday, but still very solid. DiMarco the match. For DiMarco.
That's good. That's a gutty performance by Chris DiMarco after what he did this morning to come back here, shoot 34 this 9. That's extremely impressive. And you know something? That's the worst he could have shot.
That's right. Outstanding.
By
Absolutely.
several shots. I mean, he could have been easily 3-4 shots lower. Beautiful 9 holes of golf, iron striking wise.
I don't think anybody questions his toughness out here on the tour. And that's why I said earlier, he has a stature that puts him really near the upper echelon of golf. I'm not talking about the Big Four level right now, but he is a international player in the competition of the United States, played in both the President's Cup and Ryder Cup, and has done well.
All he's lacking is the resume of tournament wins on his record. He just, he's slap above another 7 wins, behind his name, and it would make a big difference on this stage to him. He'll have a different attitude about himself.
So we've made the turn. We head to the 10th Camellia.
Wonderful par 4, sweeping dogleg to the left, downhill some 80 feet. You like to drive to the tallest pine in the distance and work it slightly from right to left. If you can catch kind of the speed slot, it'll pick up yardage down well short of that bunker. Very tough green, slopes severely from back to front, back right to front left. Today's hole location, the back right center. Tough to get it close, that bunker, very intimidating.
You said, DiMarco, you felt the worst he could have shot was 34. He had some opportunities, including this one at the 7th.
Well, this is one of the longer ones too, Jim. He missed some putts that were shorter than this, but it's right on track, right in the middle. He left at least 3 putts I can remember short on the front 9.
And then at 8.
And this one's a pretty simple putt. Doesn't have much movement. It looked like he never had it on line. Either that, it was a misread.
Might add, he's played with Tiger before on the weekend at Augusta. That was back in 2001. That was his first time in Augusta. And he grabbed not only the 18-hole lead, but the 36-hole lead. Played with Tiger round 3 and shot 72. On a day when there was good scoring, but it wasn't any kind of disaster by any means. And he has experience playing at the back end of the field in this rarefied air that you get on Sunday at Augusta. You look back, Lanny, in 2001 he had that experience with Tiger in that last group. Second to last pairing with Calcavecchia that year. Saturday of 02, second to last pairing with Mickelson. Last year in the last pairing on Sunday with Mickelson. That's pretty impressive credentials.
He's been here and been exposed to it. Now the thing that looks like to me is missing from Chris's repertoire right now is the ability to take driver and turn it over on a hole like this. He is not long enough, quite honestly, to take 3-wood here as Tiger Woods is going to do and put it down in the flat stuff. This makes the hole extreme. This hole is 495 yards long, and he's taking 3-wood off the tee. He needs driver here to combat the distance that Tiger has and to make this hole a little simpler. We saw what happened this morning. He hit 3-wood, stuck on the downslope, trying to hit an iron with the ball way below his feet, and ends up making double bogey.
Well, you question that, I guess, too, because the fairways are damp. All the dew.
This is going to need to be hammered to get all the way down to the flat.
He's leaning like he came out of it.
Stay in the fairway.
Well, that would be what would happen, Jim. When you try to hit it too hard, your tendency is for your hips to go a little quick, and you come out of it just like we saw Tiger Woods do with his driver over at 8. Same thing. And now Chris has hit it up on the right-hand side, well over 200 yards left of this hole, and in a poor position because he's way right and the pin's back right. And Tiger Woods, who hits the 3-wood as far as anybody and actually hits it further than most people hit driver. This is a perfect play for him. He can run out of fairway with a driver.
Hola!
Oh boy.
He overhooked it, hit the tree, and got one heck of a break.
Huge break.
That ball could have gone straight left in the woods, and he could have been there for the rest of the week. He's trying to really turn this over, Jim, so what he wants to do is slow his hips down and let his hands go ahead and release. Everything looks good right here. Go ahead on. He's in good position here, and his hands just turn over a little quick. He just hooked it with his hands. He hits, I've seen balls hit these trees and go straight left, and if it hooking like it is, it could have very easily gone left. It kicks right. It kicks right out into the second cut. He can actually get on the green from there.
You can see that some of those low-lying bushes and even the magnolia trees over there, you get lodged inside of one of those and it's unplayable. We've seen many the Masters hope dashed on that left side of 10, but Tiger gets the break. He leads by 3. Well, it is said many times before, and it's always worth bringing back because after all it is Sunday here at the Masters, but this second 9 can produce more excitement than any place, any single place in golf. We had so much here last year. Will there be anything that approaches that this season? As we go to the 12th.
And Mike Weir for birdie. Mission accomplished for Weir. A flawless round. 3 birdies, no bogeys. And back at 11, Mickelson second. From 223 yards. And that's going to leave him a near impossible pitch. Back to the 10th.
Well, this morning for DeMarco, this was the shot that really began the downward spiral. Second shot off of the downslope, hanging wide, long iron.
Just tough to get this in the air, Jimmy. Probably would a 4-wood, 5-wood, if he had it in the bag, would have been a wonderful choice in that line, just to hit a big carping fade in there, just to get it on the putting surface.
And where did it end up?
In the magnolia, in the bushes, unplayable.
Yeah.
And this shot, now this is what I was talking about. Chris DeMarco has 236 yards to the hole from here. This hole's tough enough when you got 180 in the middle of the fairway. He's got an iron. He's got to hammer this to get it back hole high.
This one has been hooked left. And look out for the stymie.
Boy, and I mean, it's just a result of the decision off the tee, plain and simple. Just could have hit the driver so much further. Now here again, though, he's got a brand new driver. Maybe it's one he can't hook.
All right, Tiger.
Tiger from the second cut, 206 yards. And he's going to have some overhanging branches, nothing severe. But he's going to need to control his trajectory just a little out of his second cut and might have to work it slightly from his right to his left. Oh, he put it over the bunker. That carried an amazingly long way. He is left with one very difficult pitch here. Jimmy coming down the green out of the second cut. No green to work with, and this might be the fastest position on the course coming from this angle.
And that one I've seen through the years, a number of people, even in practice rounds, try to drop a few balls from just behind the 10th.
Yeah, when you do it in practice rounds, all you're doing is beating yourself up because you got no chance.
They can't stop it. And now he's going to be coming out of the heavier second cut. Be interesting to see what he does. But the question is, DeMarco, will he have any kind of shot?
If he does, he's actually, if he is not bothered by the trees, he has an easier shot than Tiger does. And Tiger's over halfway closer to the hole than Chris is.
And look at that area left of the 10th green, and I think of Lenny Matisse and where he got entangled in all the trees in that playoff with Mike Weir. Let's go to 11.
Surprise, surprise for Mickelson with a putter. Well, that could have saved that ball from going right off the green. So good break. The 11th has been the most difficult par 4 this week, and Mickelson knows it. Nice to have that backstop. There's still a little work left for his par. And Laney right now, he's got to be thinking to get through 11 and 12 if he can par both holes and then make the run on the par 5s. That's what he's got to do.
There's no question, Bobby, and he needs eagles on those par 5s at this point in time. Because not only is Tiger Woods playing very well, but so is Chris DeMarco. So he's got to catch two people, not just one.
Left edge. Good stroke. To 10.
Oh, look at this. Wide open. DeMarco just fine.
Plenty of green to work with. All he needs to do is put it back in the stance, kind of drive it a little bit, carry it on the green, let it just roll right to the hole. Pretty well done. He did not want to make a mistake long. If he made the mistake there, it had to be short. That putt past the hole, if he put it past the hole, is one of the quickest in the golf course.
Would you be surprised if Tiger, with this ticklish shot coming up, will be inside of that one?
If he gets it inside that, he's played an amazing shot. What you do with this shot, you put it back in your stance, which he's probably going to do because he has to make good contact. I don't think he would play the little flop shot from here because that runs the risk of leaving it there and playing virtually the same shot from just a shorter distance. He's going to probably try and pick out a spot to land the ball, commit to that, and carry it to that spot and hope that it does what he thinks it's going to do from there, which is hit soft and then trundle onto the edge of the green and get down near the hole. You can see him pointing to a spot, and they're talking, and he and Steve are talking about, you know, where they want to land the ball. The line looks a little hairy. It's down in the grass a little bit, so to get it solid, he's got to put it back in his stance and hit down on it. Made the biggest mistake he could have made. That's exactly what he could not do. Now he has the extremely fast putt coming down the hill. I'm sure he's going to put putter on this, though.
Still face that speed ramp coming up.
Yeah, and this is quick. He knows it's quick, and I think that the first thing he's going to do here is make sure he doesn't make 6. You can't make 6 here right now. He's hitting down on it. Just didn't carry it far enough. Caught too much grass coming down, so he did not make good contact with the ball. A lot of players today were taking maybe a fairway metal and tried to bump it out of there, or people of my generation might have taken a sand wedge and bellied it to get it rolling. So many different ways to play it. It's what you're comfortable doing. See how easy he hit that. How'd he leave it short? You can't leave it short from there.
Just a tap, that's all it was. One more. And that's a bogey 5.
Yeah, but what he did, with that stroke, he took 6 out of the equation. He had to do that.
Well, DeMarco needs to make this one.
Yeah, and see, Chris isn't dead yet. I mean, Chris is still looking at 8 feet coming up the hill, and quite honestly, in Tiger's estimation, he hadn't done anything to impress him with his putting so far today.
No one, and the only one that's really with any kind of hope right now is DeMarco. No one's been closer than 3, because you got from DeMarco, you got to go another 4 shots back. But DeMarco's never been able to chip away at that lead.
Be a little ironic to start it here at 10, where his lead went away.
That's right.
There you go. The game is on.
Heading to Amen Corner.
You got it. I'm getting tingly.
I see that. And so are many others. Well, guess who came out steaming today? Tiger Woods. He looked at the leaderboard and took over. And 4 birdies to begin his play at 8 o'clock this morning. We're now on to the 4th round, and Chris DeMarco has been marching with Woods, unable to make a dent in that lead most of the way, but now a little flurry. Tiger watches the lead shrink to 2. As we hand it off to Bobby Clempett at the 11th.
Most difficult hole this week, 490-yard par 4. Fairway narrowed 2 years ago to only 33 yards with a grove of pines down the right side. And the drive so all important now here at 11. It will remain the second shot, one of the most daunting second shots in all of golf. And I think Lanny Watkins, 11 and 12 are probably the most difficult back-to-back holes to play in golf with a lead on Sunday. Marco on the tee.
Bobby,
Absolutely perfect.
Excuse me, Bobby. They're so hard because you just got to be so exact. There's no room for error on any shot that he's facing the next 3 swings.
And especially with the whole location today at 11 in the back center of the green, there's no room for error. A little kick. You don't even have to look. My goodness. That is over the hill. We haven't seen a ball within 30 yards of that today. Let's take a look at White Dogwood, the 11th, 490 yards through the grove of loblolly pines, and the newly added pines down the right-hand side, pinching the landing area, forcing the golfers farther left off the tee. But the second shot, downhill. And the luminous pond down the left-hand side, Rays Creek in the background, and the whole location so close to that bunker today. If you miss it right, there's just nothing to work with. And let's take a look at the golf swing of Chris DeMarco on the 11th hole. Peter?
A tremendous difference here, Bobby, after the 10th hole. Much less tension in this golf swing, and you watch as he goes on through. He sticks his follow through. He holds that posture position right there. When he was struggling earlier yesterday and today, he came out of his posture. And the same thing with Tiger Woods. This was an effortless motion, well balanced. Again, the tension was out of his upper body, and I don't know why he constantly feels like he needs to try and hit it harder on certain holes, but if he just did that, I mean, he annihilates it.
He outdrove Chris DeMarco by 61 yards on the opening hole today. That makes a statement. And today at 11, it's got to be close to that same margin. DeMarco's ball way back up there, not even to the crest of the hill. But that's not short. We've seen most players having some 220 yards for their second shot here. Now let's take a look this morning. About 8:20 a.m. Tiger, good break off the tee. Just to have an opening. Off of the pine straw. Absolutely perfect. But this putt is screaming fast down the hill. But it has to be perfect, and it was. Fifth consecutive birdie for Tiger at that point. Phil Mickelson between clubs at the 12, chose the 8-iron. It was too much. Back bunker. And this is where you've got to take your medicine when you're between clubs. You've just got to play it left of the flag and cannot be that aggressive. So Mickelson has that remaining for a bogey. And now live, Mickelson for bogey. And what has been a great run for Mickelson at 12 is going to quickly dispel any chance for him at a repeat green jacket. To 18.
This is Ryan Moore, the amateur who's made 6 birdies coming to 18. Looking to finish in red figures. Ryan Moore.
I don't think it's going to be the last time we see him finish in red figures here, Jim. This is an impressive young man.
7 birdies and 287 total is the best by an amateur here. Well, since Lindy Miller's 286 back in 1978. Now, remember last year Casey Wittenberg finished tied for 13th. It was the best amateur finish since Charlie Coe some 40 plus years ago. With that birdie by Ryan, he ties for 13th at the moment. And it could even get better here, depending on what some of these players still on the course do. If they back up Ryan may have something here that's been rather lasting for the last 4 decades.
And that could be huge, Jim, if he turns pro between now and then. He'll be back in the Masters next year as a rookie.
Top 16 at times.
Exactly.
Second time that young Ryan Moore has competed here at Augusta. He was here in 03, had the thrill of playing with Arnold Palmer, made the cut, wasn't low amateur that year. That honor belonged to Ricky Barnes. There's BJ, really deflated, demoralized. Early it appeared, -3. Luke Donald just made an eagle over at 13 to climb to -2. And David Howell, remember the mistake yesterday at his opening hole, the 3rd round, made double, backed them up into plus figures. He came back today, eagled the 2nd, finishes at 2 under for the tournament in his first Masters, 69, final round. His matching low round of the day to this point. Tom Lehman had 69. There's Adam Scott, +6 with Ian Poulter, KJ Choi, Luke List, the other amateur to make the cut. And there's Wittenberg from a year ago. He turned pro, came back to Augusta, and made the cut again. Stuart Appleby was a contender here for 2 rounds until his undoing over the 16th in the 2nd round. He made 6, head in the water.
He's a man that sure looks like he has a game to play here. Kind of surprised he didn't have a better record.
Perfect day at Augusta after stormy weather disrupted things both Thursday and Friday. And let's send it over to Peter Kostis at 13.
And Masters champion Mike Weir. This for birdie to get to -7. Most everybody has missed that putt on the other side, thinking it was going to move more. But back to the action at 11.
And DeMarco, it's actually a big drive, only 206 remaining. He's outdrove Mickelson by more than 20 yards. 5-iron. And well played. But look at this drive of Tiger Woods. 335 yards. Only 155 yards remaining. And Lanny, with that kind of club in your hand, you got a green light.
Oh, you do, Bobby. He's got to go right at the flag on this one. In fact, the lake is not even thought, so he's even got room left of the flag stick.
And he takes advantage. He could not hit that right of the flag, and that leaves the uphill lead. Tiger by 2. Final round of the Masters.
The most successful amateur player in history, Bob Jones. It was Jones' wish that one day an amateur would win this tournament. Frank Stranahan threatened in '47, finishing 2nd. Billy Joe Patton was 3rd in 1954. And in 1956, an amateur from San Francisco, Ken Venturi, led going into the final round before finishing as the runner-up. Venturi holds the distinction of being the only amateur to lead the Masters through 54 holes. Charlie Coe finished a close 2nd in 1961 to Gary Player, and before Tiger Woods claimed the green jacket at age 21, he competed twice as an amateur. His best finish, 41st.
And the final group, Tiger Woods, Chris DeMarco at the 11th, and Lanny, the second shot for Tiger. I believe he was in between clubs, and he took the longer club and tried to play a little cut shot to avoid the right-hand bunker. What do you think of that play?
Well, I think there's no question he was taking that right-hand bunker out of play, Bobby. It was probably a little overprotective, and I don't see the same aggressiveness from him since he's 3-putted the 5th hole. Looks like there's just a little bit more caution in his game that wasn't there early on.
It certainly has appeared that he's trying to avoid mistakes all day, as opposed to thinking about making birdies.
And Bobby, when you're trying to avoid mistakes, that's when you make them.
Exactly. And he knows that. I think he's fighting himself a little bit right now. And DeMarco just keeps inching that much closer. And this is a makeable putt for DeMarco. Little right to left break uphill. That made a statement to Tiger.
Oh, there's no question, Bobby. And he's been wanting to make that statement all day, and he finally did.
And what a great moment to do so. Now, we've seen a bit of, I would say, tentative putts by Tiger since the 3-putt. Can you muster up enough positive self-talk to go for this one? That was tentative.
Sometimes one of the toughest things is to get your aggressiveness back when you quit playing that way.
Yes, it
Tiger
is.
always plays aggressive. Making fun of this. I don't think he's in a playful mood right now. That was pretty sarcastic.
Let's take a look at the putt of DeMarco one more time. Some 35 feet up the hill. Nothing but net. And Mickelson was walking up the par 5 13th and was watching the whole thing. Tiger for birdie. You could see it just didn't have enough enthusiasm. And now the strategy of playing the 12th. Today it has been the most difficult hole at Augusta National. Only 154 yards. And they will cross Rays Creek Golden Bell, named after the flowering forsythia. And this hole is in full bloom today. Traditional Sunday placement, the back right. And the winds, with the high pressure moving in here, has been quite swirly today. Since 46, only 2 players have birdied the 11th in the final round and won the Masters. Nicklaus and Tiger Woods has done it twice. It has been a pivotal hole. This was a hole, the 12th, where Mickelson made his run. He was trailing Ernie Els by 3 at this point last year and made a 15-foot putt for birdie 2. We have seen Stuart Appleby make an 8 here today. We've seen 2 triple bogeys. South African Trevor Immelman for birdie. Good roll. Mission accomplished for Immelman. And Lanny, the mindset here when you play the 12th to this hole location, unless you're trailing by 3 or 4, you've got to be thinking center the green, get your 2 putts, and get out of here.
Always over the center of the bunker, Bobby. I would not go with that flag unless I had an absolutely perfect club in my hand that I didn't have to hit too hard, didn't have to worry about hitting it easy. Just a normal practice tee swing. Otherwise, I'm going over the center of that bunker. The tournament can be lost right here in a heartbeat. You're not going to win it here.
And this morning the winds were calm. This afternoon they're a little swirly. Marco aiming left and pulled it. It's going with your instincts. Now he's got a, I would say, maybe a 1 in 3 chance of getting it up and in from there. You'll have to hit a little pitch up over a rise. Difficult to control the pace. Now, if I were a club tiger, I would say 9-iron right over the bunker. That's what he's got. Bullseye. Exactly what he wanted. Let's go to 16.
And a moment ago, Retief Goosen on the tee, this par 3. 6-iron for Goosen. Finds the slope and will use it. This was a moment ago. Well, we've had 5 golfers hit their tee shots within a foot today. It's accessible. Let's go back to 12.
And the ceremonial crossing of Rays Creek via Hogan's Bridge to commemorate Hogan's win here in '53. A great 274 score that he shot. Raymond Floyd and Tiger Woods would eclipse that.
Bobby, while we have a moment, we'll show you the surge of Chris DiMarco. Birdie at the 9th. Right on top of Tiger's birdie. The match number 34. Then at 10, lost his second shot left and had to get up and down. That was a huge accomplishment. And then at 11, this one sent some shock waves. You should have seen the reaction at 18 when they posted his birdie a moment ago. There is a competition. And for a while, it looked like it could be another runaway. And we send it back over to the 12th.
And options here for DiMarco. Some players elect to putt. Most would elect to take a lob wedge. But you have to be able to land it far enough yet spin it. It's a difficult shot. And this is an area of the course that is more shaded than any other. And what that means for these little chip shots is there's not as much grass underneath the ball as what the players are used to, so they have to even be more precise. going for it short of the green. All in all, I'd give it a B+, Laney.
Bobby, I think it was an excellent choice. I agree with you that it's just too thin back there to run the risk of trying to put it up in the air. And plus, there's always water behind that hole, and that was in his mind.
But yet he's still got some 10 feet remaining for par. And that's a difficult putt with a slight left to right break.
But he did what he had to do, Bobby. I think that was the goal. Inside 10 feet, give yourself a chance.
No doubt. And Tiger, this is a difficult speed putt. It's not one you can go at. If you gun it, you're going to have 7 feet coming back. So he's thinking of making it, but he's going to have to do it with just the absolute perfect speed. Such a solitary feeling. This is the one place on the course where you're completely separated from the patrons. You're on your own little island. Good putt. So that's a goal made for Tiger to save par at 12. So he knows his lead will be at least one going to the par 5. This is a most important putt for DeMarco's psyche. Keep the heat on. Tiger's just staying focused on what he's got to do. He can't worry about DeMarco. So DeMarco will be disappointed with that bogey 4. But with 2 par 5s remaining, just about anything can happen. And let's go to 13.
A hole where we've seen all kinds of excitement today, called Azalea. It is a dogleg to the left. Ideal tee shot on this 510-yard par 5. Turn it slightly from right to left. Get it in that shaded area. And you have a ball above your feet lie and approximately 200 to 220 yards for your second shot. And the hole today located in a very accessible position. We've had 4 eagles so far. And Adam Scott came within 2 or maybe 3 inches of a double eagle albatross earlier. But we've also seen several balls in the hazard. This was earlier. Phil Mickelson missing the green to the left. A little pitch shot. And this will give you an idea of just how quick it is coming from that direction. And finally, a little too late, but a birdie putt that Phil Mickelson could handle today. To 15.
The 27-year-old English Ryder Cupper from behind the green.
is for eagle. Lovely little stone. That will vault him into a tie for 6th. Tiger Woods now with a 2-shot lead. He has the honor at 13.
Taking their best shots. Tiger and DeMarco. Chris not giving an inch. As these two taking a swing at the grandest prize in golf, the green jacket. And on the tee first, Peter Kostis, Tiger Woods. It's been a while.
Yeah, since the 6th hole, he's been batting second in this final pairing. Chris DeMarco trailing by 4 at the beginning of the day, by 3 after 5, by 2 after 10. A really solid putt closed it to 1, but the bogey at 12 gets it back to 2. Now Tiger can really put some pressure on DeMarco by hitting first if he hits the correct shots. This group having to wait because the group in front of them, Trevor Immelman and Thomas Bjorn. Immelman is up into the trees to the right and trying to figure out what he's going to do. So we'll go to 14 first.
From behind the green. And in the second cut, Mickelson, 186. Just hold it for eagle. Masters Sunday a year ago, and this is going to fall away and gather some speed. You have to be to the left side of this whole location to get it close. 15th.
Well, the 13th an eagle hole. So is 15, and this is Mike Weir at -6. He wants it to go. Oh, sneaks on. And up from 220 yards back. Not a particularly realistic eagle chance there, but certainly good enough for birdie. We're in 3rd on his own as we go back to the 13th tee.
Where Tiger Woods has selected a 3-wood, the proper play, more loft, easier to turn right to left. Has had a mixed bag on this hole. Bogey the first day with the putting into the creek. Aiming well out to the right.
Okay.
He's trying to get that to shape hard right to left. And he has hit it through the second cut right on the edge of the pine straw, and that will be a dicey situation. It'll all depend on the lie. He will certainly have the ammunition to reach the green from there, but will he have the lie? Earlier this morning hit a terrible second shot, was lucky for it to stay out of the hazard, and went on to make birdie. Now Chris DeMarco. Also going with the fairway wood. A little more difficult, and that ball has some mud on it. You can see it from just that far away, and it is fairly well back. So both players might be forced to lay up here at 13. Here's Tiger. Again, that was a little bit of extra effort in the change of directions in his golf swing, trying to put a little more body rotation on it to help hook it. And Tiger really is playing the kind of golf he has played 8 previous times in major championships where he's gone into the final day with a lead. The difference, I think, is Chris DeMarco hasn't folded his tent. Chris DeMarco is a much stronger, more aggressive player coming from behind. And I think playing much better today because he's from behind. Here's the shot this morning. Tiger really hit it heavy, hung it out to the right. And not for the wet conditions, but for the wet conditions, this ball would have gone down into the hazard. A good break. One of many good breaks the Tiger has got this week. It's all part of the game, of course. And in the first round, here he was at 13. We talked about how quick this putt was. But even with his experience, he couldn't imagine that this would be the result. And the ball lying in a position where we've seen several other players this week play it, but Tiger was so frustrated and so fed up with himself, he merely placed it back on the green and two-putted for his bogey. Now, Tiger's greatest strength, in my opinion, now this was just earlier in the group ahead, Trevor Immelman from 72 yards. Now he's down in the hazard. Now there are some sandbars in there where if you can get a decent enough lie and not too much water, you can play it. There's a good view. And there's a better view of him picking it up and deciding better to take the penalty. So Trevor Immelman paying the price at 13. Let's go to 16.
And here is Luke Donald on the tee. Off the eagle at 15. 7-iron for Donald. And like Latif Goosen before him, using the slope. With a terrific result. To 14.
And Mickelson's long bid for birdie up the slope. Just never able to get it going today. Just missed key putts early. And just never able to join the conversation, which now has become between two men, Woods and DeMarco. So par for Mickelson. He remains at -5 and even for the final round, back to 13.
And the trials of Trevor Immelman. This is 5th shot, and the group taking a long time to play this hole. The net result of that, it'll be another 5 or 6 minutes most likely before Tiger or Chris DeMarco can hit their second shot. So it's a lot of time to question your decision. But I believe Chris DeMarco has made his decision. He is so far back, he has to lay up. He has no other option.
Peter, I don't understand him hitting 3-wood here unless he's just totally uncomfortable with the driver. I mean, twice this second 9, he's hit 3-wood when he really should have hit driver to give himself a chance to be aggressive.
Well, and now he's made his problems even more by getting up in the second cut. It'll be really difficult. He will definitely have to use the backboard behind the hole to try and funnel it back. If not, it'll be really difficult to get it close.
Peter, that's an awful layup. I mean, that's 30-40 yards from where he should be. I mean, with that hole location, he needs to be way left so he can play down the green to get it close.
But in his defense, that ball did have some mud on it, and I think he was scared of the ball maybe turning over and going into the hazard, but still a difficult proposition. To 15.
Where Mike Weir with a lovely 2-putt goes to -7. 2 shots clear of Mickelson. 3 behind DeMarco. Tiger waits at 13.
Here is Luke Donald at the 16th. Well, that is the 10th birdie we've seen today. At the 16th hole, Donald, an eagle birdie. He's gone to 5 under par. And he's tied for 4th.
We're back at the 13th hole, and by virtue of the fact that Tiger has not laid up yet, that tells me he has a lie that's sufficient enough to go for it. Now, this was earlier, Trevor Immelman. An adventurous double bogey for Trevor Immelman. What a par 5. You can make eagle, you can make double bogey, and only a slight decision error or slight swing error separates the two. Now, from 215 yards, he has waited for quite some time, but I believe he will be taking this left of the hole, trying to use the terrain to funnel it back. Clean contact. That is well left. That found the bunker. And with a decent lie, that's not too bad. We haven't had anybody yet today get the ball up and in from that position. Boy, the plot thickens. Now Chris DiMarco, his third shot from just inside of 90 yards. Clearly cannot afford to make his mistake short. Should come back down. And the contours of Augusta National greens that penalized him back on 6 reward him here at 13.
Well, the final round of the Masters has turned into a little more of a suspenseful show, Lanny, than you may have thought in the early stages.
Well, it sure looked like right off the bat that Tiger was going to take complete control and it was going to be kind of a cakewalk, but Chris DiMarco has showed a lot of guts, a lot of golf game, and Tiger's been on cruise control, which is not the way to be.
Well, Lanny, at this point, there's clearly more pressure on Tiger Woods, even though he has a 2-shot lead. If he were to have to answer the questions of not coming through with a victory here, than there is on Chris DiMarco, because basically, coming from behind as he was, no one gave him much hope other than maybe himself.
There's no question Tiger's got pressure, Peter, but I think he puts most of it on himself, and I think that he wants to win. And this shot right here, I like the play he made here, Peter. Number one, I think this was an aggressive play. He did what he had to do here, and that's take the front creek out of play, knowing the hole locations where it is. He's got all the green in the world to use. It is fast.
Well,
he needs to land it just past where he's standing now, and it should funnel right down to the hole, kind of like Chris's ball did.
Well, this is just another microcosm of what goes on here. I mean, if you miss your landing spot by just a little bit, this could stay on the top ridge. This could end up in the creek. Tiger, a marvelous short game player and especially bunker player. That's a little bit aggressive. There's no danger of that one going in the creek, but he has not left himself the shortest of birdie putts. I think he expected perhaps a little bit more spin and didn't quite get it.
I think he carried the ball a little further than he meant to, Peter, from the looks of it. I think he didn't mean to carry it as far as he did. I think it also caused it not to break right as much, and that, you know, that would have put it closer to the hole had he landed it back shorter.
Lanny, have you ever seen a place where missing your landing spot by such a little bit results in such a big error?
No, anytime around that you're playing around the green here, you pick out a spot and that's what you aim for. I thought he took a little bigger swing than was necessary here and carried it almost to the downslope, quite honestly. I think he needed to land another 5-6 feet short of that. It would have caught the slope and worked towards the hole.
Well, and we've seen all kinds of putts misread today. The thing that Tiger does have going for him, he's coming right up the fall line of the green. And this is a pretty straightforward putt. Should move slightly, ever so slightly to his left, depending on the speed. Tiger's greatest strength, in my opinion, has always been his mental focus and toughness. You don't make over 140 cuts without being mentally tough. Both players almost oblivious to each other. For birdie and a temporary 3-shot lead. Well, he did all he could do there. A very well struck, very well read putt, just didn't turn in. Flips back and forth now. If we take another look, started it dead on his aim. Chris DiMarco with the putt to move within 1. And this putt does not move left as much as the player sees. That's what we've seen all day long. It's what it looks like. It's where the players have hit it. It just doesn't turn toward the hazard. So both players unable to take advantage of the 13th hole. Two shots back, 5 holes to go. Chris DiMarco hanging tough as you would expect him to do. A couple of disappointed players right there heading to the 14th tee, knowing they let opportunities slip by. Here's Chris DiMarco's opportunity. Just had it right where he wanted to. It didn't turn left. Let's go to 14.
5 holes remaining, 2 shots between them. And this has been the Achilles heel for Tiger this week. It's been his most difficult hole. He's played it at 2 over, 2 3-putt bogeys here at 14. Dogleg left. Pleased with his effort. Shapes it around the corner. DeMarco. DeMarco in the fairway. Well, perhaps the biggest surprise this afternoon is that Tiger has not been able to run and hide. Let's go to 18.
And Retief Goosen has this for birdie. Low round of the day, 67. For the man who has been just on the outside of the big 4, but he's currently in 4th. It's Woods by 2, playing the 14th. Well, this Masters fact is only going to be continued and brought back at the beginning of next year's final round, because Woods and DeMarco are having a 2-man game here for the Masters. Mike Weir, 3 under, final round, but well back of where he needs to be. This was at 18.
Rod Pampin, the Australian, having a wonderful tournament.
Just a moment ago, what a beautiful shot from the bunker, the international champion, the Castle Pines. It's back to 16.
Another of the Australians. This is Mark Hemsby, 33-year-old, 7-iron. 4 under in his first Masters. And what has become a familiar play. Back to 14.
Chris DeMarco, 202 yards away. Center back hole location. Play is left up this whole location. Trundle down, and this is going to be very good. Very good.
Remind you something, Billy, of something you saw last year?
Yeah, Mickelson almost holed it out for eagle. Made birdie, and he got it up and down for bogey. 1 shot that held him. Now Tiger from 172. Starts it off in a similar fashion. So Tiger will have a run at it as well. And here it was a year ago. One of the shots of Masters Sunday for Phil Mickelson. Very similar to what we saw from DeMarco. And now this is Chris a moment ago. Mickelson in that final pairing Sunday of last year. And you know, in watching Chris DeMarco, reminded of David Duval, the year he won the British Open at Royal Lytham in St. Anne's. He was in contention on the second night on Sunday, and someone yelled from the gallery, "You're not going to win, you're going to choke." And David, who had come so close before, especially here in Augusta, said to himself, you know, that may be true, but not today. And perhaps that's what Chris DeMarco is thinking. I've had my chances and lost, but not today. He's got 5 holes to mount his charge. And this will certainly help. Lanny, as you've watched Tiger this afternoon, are you surprised that he has not been able to run and hide as we watch DeMarco finishing up here?
Billy, I really am. I mean, the way he was playing early on, the speed of his putts, the way he was making everything, just it looked like he had a continuation of the last 2 days going, and I didn't see any reason that he wasn't going to keep going forward. It looks like that. It's amazing what 1 3-putt at the 5th hole, I think, has done to his confidence. And he's back playing not to lose instead of trying to just dominate.
DeMarco gathering his thoughts. Par 5, 15th, miles ahead. This has been a very difficult green for Tiger to negotiate. Visualizing the contours now, a step back. DeMarco alone with his thoughts. And Tiger knows how big this is. Just a beautiful scene. And at the 14th, the largest green at Augusta National. This is the primary defense for this hole. The only hole here without a bunker. Chris is not even looking. But he'll be able to tell from the sound. Here's what that 14 has done. Tiger very deliberate. This to answer DeMarco. And he knows. And the battle is joined. The lead is 1.
Par for Tiger. 1 up, 4 to play. Sunday at the Masters. To 18.
And Luke Donald, what a finish. If he can make birdie. He's eagled 2 holes on this side, plus knocked it close at 16 for a birdie.
This is his 3rd shot, Jim. Drove it into trouble. Going to make a great effort to try and save 4.
15.
And we have a 4-hole golf match. Tiger Woods has 1 shot. The 15th hole, and it's all about hitting it in the fairway here. Easily reachable today. And the flag all the way in the back right. We've seen a number of eagles. But you've got to get it in the short stuff. Behind the trees on the left. That's going to be awkward. And anything down the right, those new pines have really taken root. And this could really put the pressure on Tiger Woods. Nice hard fade down the left and let it drift back into the center of the fairway. Right at the top of the hill, looking straight down at the flagstick. Swing. Looks like he likes it, and he has driven it miles this week. That ball staying in the air forever. And that is enormous in the second cut, but it's fine. So 1 shot of a lead, 4 holes to play. We have a tournament.
Well, Luke Donald has this for par. And it has been a solid day for a Masters rookie indeed. He'd hoped to do something big at 18, but the iron tee shot cost him. Still able to escape with a par, and look at the weekend play. 138. And he's in a tie for 3rd as we go to 17. 16.
This is Mickelson at 16. Had it 20 feet below the hole, sent it by. Now, his 3rd putt. Wow. Mickelson, the defending champion, with a 4-putt at the 16th hole, and it was here that he birdied to tie for the lead with 2 to go 1 year ago. Back to 15.
Well, earlier this morning, these guys both hit it in the water. We'll go to 17 quickly.
And Mike Weir, this is his 2nd putt on the green. This awkward middle right hole position, almost putted into the fringe. So an untimely bogey for Mike Weir. Bogey at 16-17, drops back to -5. The drama as the last group go down the par 5, 15th.
My, things are just getting fascinating here in the late going at Augusta. Chris DiMarco is ready to hit his 2nd shot at the 15th.
Well, a shot behind, laying up from 219 yards. I'm not sure about that. Tiger Woods, 184 yards left here. Lanny, probably a 7 or an 8 iron.
David, I don't understand that play unless he's playing for 2nd. That makes no sense at all. 219.
Well, 203 yards to the front of the green. It wasn't an issue. The only thing that may have persuaded him to do that I can think of would be that he had a hanging lie, the ball above his feet, and that really doesn't help someone who fights a hook. So he might have been afraid of hitting it over the back left, but then over the back left is not a bad miss where this flag is. So Woods now 184 yards, 168 to the front of the green, and a huge chance. All right, maybe he doesn't like the lie. Maybe just a couple of extra seconds there behind the ball suggest that he's not sure about this club. Needs to be comfortable with it. This is enormously high. Just left of the hole. Oh, and it's a wonderful shot. And that is a little up the hill, left to right. A great chance for eagle. It has been a long time for Tiger Woods. The US Open in 2002. There are his finishes in the majors since. You know he wants this green jacket. He wants to be thought of in the same terms as Palmer and Nicklaus. Great swing there. With absolutely the right club. Steve Williams, Tiger Woods got it dead right that time, and Chris DiMarco now is faced with this tough third shot off the downslope.
David, almost anything that Chris had done would have given him an easier third shot over the green in the bunker. Anything's easier than leaving this shot here.
I agree. This is the easiest flagstick to get at on this green. And the problem with this, the fairways are known at 3/8 of an inch. They're absolutely perfect if you're on a nice level lie. It's just what all of these players would want, but they're damp. And this is off the downslope. And this is such a deceptive shot that has ruined so many Masters dreams over the years. And a huge roar from behind, right when he doesn't want it. That's from 16. Well, Trevor Immelman has just made a hole-in-one, and that's like freezing the kicker. He's got it on a great line. It's right at the flag. Yes! Now it looks like a good decision. It's a chess game now, Lanny, and here it is again. He strikes it perfectly. Just holds the club face square. A little cut sand wedge and just checks it up perfectly. That's a great chance.
David, that's an amazing shot considering everything going on. The hole and the shadows, tough to judge the distance, and then with everything going in the background, that's quite a play.
And he is getting a great welcome here at the 15th green. What a finish this is going to be. Well, as good a shot as that was from Chris DiMarco, Tiger Woods here has a fantastic chance for an eagle 3 here. And Lanny, you have to feel that should Tiger knock this in and go on to win, then maybe Chris DiMarco will think about that layup, as there have been so many decisions that are second guessed here over the years. Chip Beck,
Ballesteros.
Here's the reason for the first roar. Trevor Immelman. This is a 6-iron. We said something about this hole being accessible. As they say in South Africa, bingo. Well, if form holds, either DeMarco or Woods will hold out when they get to 16. Remember a year ago? Now let's go back to 15.
Another look at the sand wedge shot.
David, the only thing I can think of with the second shot was it must have had mud or something, but this one is
That's
huge
possible.
here.
And this one a little bit up the hill, a little bit left to right. And the crowd again behind at the 16th. Just unsettling. And the tension down here in the hollow. And you can feel it. It's silence, just deafening. Never hit. Wow. Really didn't get that anywhere near, and it was on a great line, Lanny.
Yeah, it's just funny, David. Ever since the one at 5, he's been tentative with his putting. He just doesn't look like the same player on the greens that he was early on. And this morning, when he came back out at 8 this morning, he just made everything. It was beautiful.
Well, that's a chance gone a begging, no question about that. And this one now, right on about left edge. By no means a gimme. He has to make this. And DeMarco hangs in. Woods has 2 feet to stay, 1 in front. Three holes to play, 1 good swing off the next tee could change everything.
And they arrive at the 16th. This splendid scene, and let's take you back to 2 minutes ago. Trevor Immelman, 6-iron. That becomes the 10th ace at the 16th. In Masters history, it's the 3rd in 2 years. So the bar has been set. And now, Woods and DeMarco. Redbud, the par 3. This pond was once a stream. It was so for the first 15 years of the Masters. Enlarged to a pond in 1949. 3 familiar bunkers. This kidney-shaped green that has been the scene of so many pivotal moments in Masters history. back to Jack Nicklaus with the long putt in 75. And as recently as a year ago, Phil Mickelson birdied this hole to tie for the lead. Now here's DeMarco. 7. This could get close. Now, about 2 feet too far to have it collect at the hole. And that's more or less where Mickelson was a year ago, about 20 feet away.
Vern, that's going to be one of the slowest putts on the golf course coming up the length of that green. It's uphill, it's into the grain, and it's hard to judge with the shadows.
Eight iron.
In the hole!
Oh, he's long and left. And he's right at the second cut. Last year, almost the same spot. This was Phil Mickelson. Can Chris DeMarco equal that accomplishment he watched from close by a year ago?
At Augusta, the psychology near the end is always an interesting thing to watch. Early, it was all about Tiger. Not really win, but how many will he win by? And suddenly things have changed. And Chris went from trying to get his footing after a horrid 9 holes this morning. And you can see the look right now, Vern, in Chris DeMarco's eyes. He believes he can win it now.
I totally agree, Jim. This is the ball of Tiger Woods. Lenny, what about this?
Vern, this is extremely difficult. This is one of the toughest pitches on the entire place here. He's got to put this well. You can see him looking up the slope. He's almost got to put it up to where you saw Trevor Immelman's ball come from to get it close.
Well, I am reminded of Davis Love here 4 or 5 years ago when he pitched in.
Yeah, he's a little bit further up, I think, than Davis was.
Yes, he is.
Got the same basic kind of shot. He's going to have to get it close, he's going to have to put it up into the slope, though, somewhat. And, of course, it's made a lot tougher by having that second cut right behind the ball. It almost forces him, I think, to put it back and have to hit a low shot. He cannot put it up in the air with the second cut that close behind the ball. You can see him putting it back in his stance right here and picking the club up like he's going to hit right down on it.
And he's picked out a landing spot that is a good 25 feet above the hole.
There's a good chance he doesn't get this inside DeMarco's ball.
Have you seen anything like that? This guy's pretty good. Now Chris DiMarco has to just blot out what he's seen and heard. And try and match the accomplishment of Tiger Woods. That's heartbreak for Chris DiMarco. And what a sense of joy for Tiger Woods. The most improbable birdie at the 16th one can imagine. Tiger Woods with the chip. He gets perfect execution. And then he gets an extra revolution. That's breathtaking. If you sneak up on it, sometimes it'll fall in. And Chris DiMarco. Good shot. Yes, it was, Chris. Yes, it was. Let's go to 17.
And the patrons up by the green at 17, wondering what on earth's going on, waiting for scores to be posted on a huge leaderboard. Tiger, it's a smile. Now the concentration. His driving accuracy has not been particularly good this event. He's doing well despite a lack of fairways hit. Down towards the bottom of the field. 425. Upper rise. Between trees. And plenty of trees up the right.
Way right. Go.
He's saying way right. He may be close to the 15th fairway. A few years ago now, there were no trees between 17 and 15, and it was just launch it on either hole. Much more demanding tee shots. Now Chris DiMarco, what? He had a beautiful tee shot at the last, and then saw one of the most extraordinary pressure short game shots ever played. So much is made of the monster hitting of the top players in the world, but an extraordinary chip shot from Tiger. This is very tricky. Fade, his favorite shot. Eisenhower tree down the left. Not make him feel comfortable. A confident swing and right down the middle. Beautiful shot. I'll have to wait and see just what faces Tiger after his block to the right. Phenomenal second nine. Let's get to 18.
A moment ago, last year's winner, Phil Mickelson, made the climb up the 18th with Vijay Singh. And by that little exchange, I think that if anyone wants to try to make something out of a disagreement between those two, it should have vanished right there.
That's one of those things that happens quickly, Jim, and as far as they're concerned, it's over and done with, and they won't bring it up again.
Phil, a little unfortunate that second shot stayed just above the ridge, giving him a side hill putt.
He's had to put that over 10 feet out to the right. And still wasn't enough. That's a good effort, though.
Well, nowhere close to the fanfare experienced a year ago on this very green.
Pressed to find one that's more spectacular and that he's ever played better. And that had to be played exactly perfect to even get close, much less go in. Just no margin whatsoever for error on that shot.
BJ has this for birdie. A really turbulent start. BJ steadies out and shoots 72. It's a tie for 5th for VJ. VJ will finish one better than Mickelson. 285 with 74 in the final round. A year ago it was 31 coming home for Phil. Today 39. Let's go to 17.
Chris DiMarco from the middle of the fairway, 168 yards. Middle right, not much room to the right of the pin for the ball to stop. And that is safely done. A lot of players coming out short and a little left. Chance for a birdie, a little left to right. And it's going to be a while before Tiger plays because Steve Williams is on the edge of the green, pacing the yardage. The angles are so bad to get his numbers right. They're so far off the fairway. Right over next to the 15th fairway. So rather than getting the compass out and trying to figure out relative to sprinters that are in the 17th fairway, he's going to pace it for himself. Tiger Woods. Well wide, one of the widest tee shots of the week. And we'll see just how close he is to those trees. He's going to be able to go over them, no problem at all. Probably something in the range 150, 140. And it's an awkward hole position. If he comes up short from this angle, the ball will just run back towards him into the fringe. If he goes long, it's a horrible chip shot coming back. And with a win, Tiger Woods will become once more #1 in the official world golf rankings. And if he finishes second, he will also become #1.
Okay. If anyone Tiger, we got anyone come up short. 126 at the front. You're perfect. Just like over the top of the tree. 126. I'm thinking of 115 where it's close. Definitely not any further than 115 shot, Tiger.
126 to the front. That's on a direct line to the cup. 9 or 10 yards up to the pin. And he's even fortunate that he can see the flag stick. Takes a 2-shot lead. Middle of the green. That would be nice. And he has come up well short. He has to chip over the bunker to the awkward contours of the 17th. Back to the 17th, and another test for the short game of Tiger Woods. Phenomenal play at the previous green. He's in a low spot, not far away from the drain, so a little heavier ground than many areas of the course. Really short and right will run back off the putting surface. What it's going to do. He was expecting a firmer bounce. Laying 3, Chris DiMarco, heart of the green, laying 2. And Tiger walking over to, maybe hit a couple of sprinkler heads there. Maybe hit a sprinkler head, just caused the weird bounce, weird first bounce. Uphill just a little bit left to right. What did it hit? Thought it was pretty good. So just caught an area just with some contours around a couple of sprinkler heads. Now, uphill again. Anything less than 10 or 12 feet onto the green will roll back towards him. After the shot at the previous green, you'd have to think there might be more chance of him holding this than he's hitting it. There looks to be a bogey, but a chance for Chris DiMarco to tie. And DiMarco has just handled himself so well today. Tough competitor. He's responded to everything that Tiger's thrown at him. I should say there's only been 4 birdies at this 17th hole today. It's not the longest of holes, but it's an awkward putting surface, and that is the challenge. Uphill, left to right. Once it starts to turn near the hole, then it speeds up. Well, he was trying to make it, and it is slipperier around the cup than players expect. So everything in the balance here. DiMarco now has a par putt that's not routine. Can't believe it. Almost made it, but now work to do. Some brilliant play from DiMarco on this closing 9. Fantastic birdie at 11. Almost hold the second shot at 14. Beautiful pitch for a birdie at 15. Now for a par. Stays at 12 under, which is 7 ahead of Retief Goosen and Luke Donald in the clubhouse, who are tied for 3rd. It's been a 2-man battle most of the way, and DiMarco has certainly played his part. Now Tiger for a bogey. So it's a 1-shot lead. DiMarco will have the honor at the very difficult 18th hole. Let's go to 18.
All right, Usti. And it's coming down to the wire here to the 18th. And the narrow chute. You wonder how much this will play on. I know Tiger probably won't pull out driver, but after that wayward tee shot At 17, Lanny, will it play mind games here?
Well, it could. I think he's going to hit 3 wood. He's got 300 yards to those bunkers. If I'm Tiger right now, I think he'd like to probably take those out of play. The whole location today over the left front bunker, just 9 on.
Did DeMarco with that first putt at 17 seem a little quick to you?
He's putted every putt quick today, Jim. He didn't take any time on the second one. He didn't even walk around and look at it from the other side. I mean, he's obviously very comfortable with his reads, and that's his routine for putting. So it hasn't varied at all day, and I think that's important that he stayed in his routine.
Great resolve with that second putt.
Big tee shot here. He's got to put this in the fairway just to put some pressure on Tiger. Like take this right for second bunker. I don't believe he can reach the second one. Would be a great line. Exactly what he did. Right down the left center. Pretty far back.
That is way back. And it's in the short grass, and Tiger has to find that trust, that ever elusive trust.
Going to the right side of the tee is telling me he's going to try and hit a cut here. And he's going with the 3 wood.
He's only hit one of his last 4 fairways.
He'll try and take this right at the left bunker and slide it up into the slot.
This one a must.
To the left, getting cut in the second cut.
What kind of shot is it from there?
Well, he's going to try and carry it right hole high just to the right of the flag and use the slope. Hopefully he'll put it down somewhere just to the right of the hole.
For those just joining us, welcome to the Augusta National Golf Club in the 72nd hole of the season's first major. In the field long ago, whittled to 2, Tiger Woods and Chris DeMarco. And no doubt to this point, the shot of the tournament. And one, if he prevails in the end, will rank with some of the all-time greats.
Had to play it back in the stance because of the second cut. Hit it up hole high and just trying to judge the speed. Unbelievable shot.
And the best part is, for dramatic effect, just hang on for a second, please. There you go.
How about these two taking it this far away from the field?
Well, they really have, Jim. I mean, you expect it from Tiger, but Chris DeMarco, this is unknown territory for him, and he has handled the challenge just like a true champion and has stayed right there all day. Fought tooth and nail with Tiger Woods.
Houston will share second with Luke Donald, and Phil Mickelson 10th, and he's with our Bill McAtee. Bill?
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Well, you couldn't get anything going early on. Was there a moment of epiphany where you realized it just wasn't going to happen today?
There wasn't a particular moment, but I just wasn't able to mount a charge, Bill. I mean, the front side, I had a couple of chances to make some birdies in the par 5s. I let slip away, which really hurt because they were the easiest pins on those holes. And it just, you know, Chris and Tiger played incredible golf, and they ran away with it, and nobody was really able to mount any type of serious threat.
Playing with VJ today, was there any friction at all, or was it just another Sunday at Augusta?
You guys are unbelievable with that stuff. We had a great day, and I don't know where you guys come up with some of that stuff, but we had a great day today.
All right, and now you're a fan, because I saw you were walking up 13 and you heard a roar back at 11. You turned back, you had a smile on your face. You're sort of enjoying watching this sometimes, right?
This is one tournament that I love watching, and although it's 100 times more fun to be a part of it and to be playing in it and to win it like last year, that was a lot of fun. But just to sit at home as a child watching this growing up, it was the most exciting event in sport.
How tough is Tiger to catch as a front runner, what Chris DeMarco is trying to do?
as far as I know, it's never been done when he's leading going into the final round of the major. So that kind of answers it right there. But I'll tell you, Chris is the guy that doesn't ever give up. I've had him as my partner in some Ryder Cups and President's Cups, and I wouldn't put it past him to finish with a birdie here.
All right, thanks for coming by and being with us. Phil Mickelson, our defending champion. Let's go back to Jim Nantz.
Thank you, Bill. We'll see Phil shortly in Butler Cabin. He'll be there to hand off the
Best one of the
green
week,
jacket
right
to the champion. And it's going to be DeMarco first.
179, slight upslope. Hole just over the right side of the bunker. This is 5-iron. It's got to go. It's got to go.
Careful here.
It's not going to stay. Sounded like he caught it just a bit heavy. If it stops there, it's not.
Nope.
The further it goes, the tougher the chip gets.
Well, you know, that gets back to what you said off the tee, Lanny. He just was way back off the tee shot.
Yeah, but he was only 8 yards behind Tiger. Tiger's got 171. Of course, he played 3-wood. Chris has a pretty tough shot. Tiger is looking at Eli sitting slightly down in the second cut. After seeing what Chris's ball did, I would really expect this to be somewhere in the center of the green.
A siren went off in the background. You put that distraction away. He'll ignore it this time.
Came out of that one. Right bunker and over on the down slope of the bunker. This is no easy shot.
There have been tournaments lost in that right green side bunker.
Well, he's hit his last couple of iron shots have been left. This one he just came out of so quickly. It was right from the beginning. Dead pin high. Right here. Drops it down. And he's already turned completely out of the way. The hands never caught up. The blade stayed open, sliding through the grass. And it wasn't even close.
Well, the alarms were going off during the swing. Someone might be trying to steal his green jacket. And that person's Chris DeMarco.
Every time I see a ball over there, I'm reminded of Arnold Palmer putting it there in
1961.
Gary Player.
Gary Player winning. His mom, Tita, and his wife, Elin. Married last October 5th. Who will go first?
Looks to me like Tiger's away without any question. This shot, when you're on the downslope of a bunker like he is, as Chris looks at his shot, I think Tiger's away. He's got to hit this with a lot of speed, which means he's going to take a pretty big swing from that bunker shot, Jim. He can't hit a low shot and chase it. It's got to have speed to get it up in the air off the downslope. He's going to land it on another downslope, and then hopefully it will release to the hole.
Well, again, you heard Phil Mickelson even amplify this, never losing a major when he held the 54-hole lead, and never in his career losing a 54-hole lead when it was by more than one shot. It was 3 coming into this one.
He's looking pretty far right of the hole too, Jim. Like he's going to take this some
10 or 15 feet right at the hole. I didn't realize he had to go that much to the right. That makes this even more difficult. He's aiming 20, 25 feet right at the hole.
Right on the ridge line. But maybe too strong.
That's still pretty well done. That was not an easy shot. That was very, very well done. That's down there about 10 feet.
Just a little more speed, and that could have rolled off the green.
Yeah, but he had to hit that so hard to get it up and get any spin on the shot at all. Now, Chris DiMarco plays very fast. He's ready to go.
It was a fabulous shot in the end. And now can DiMarco even better it?
Carried up. He's got plenty of green.
This
might do it.
Oh, how did that not go in? It rattled the flagstick and caromed away. Could have won him the tournament had he holed that and Tiger missed.
And now Tiger's putting right on Chris's line.
Yeah, a little symmetry to last year you're suggesting. Look at this. Well, it was really just over the right edge of the hole.
It didn't look like it was going that fast when it hit the slope. Must not have had quite as much spin as it first appeared.
For the record, he never blinked. Just like it's been this whole round.
Fairly flat putt for Tiger. Maybe just on the outside right edge. Doesn't have to be too concerned with the speed.
No. He can close it right here.
Not dissimilar to the putt we saw BJ make a few minutes ago.
Almost identical. So we know it's makeable.
Kind of interesting. Chris is walking around with his shadow and everything kind of around the hole while Tiger's lining up his putt.
Casting a pretty long shadow at that. This time of night. To win a fourth green jacket. My goodness, and that one ran far enough by to make you think he's going to finish. You like that move?
It's a little frustration setting in, I think, but he's going to go ahead. He was never set up correct. I thought he had the blade aimed left on that the whole time.
He bogeys the last two holes. Shoots 71, but DiMarco must make.
Well, he got the read. Exactly the same line. He even had to move his coin out of Tiger's line. And he's not going to waste any time. He has looked at it from the other side. He set his mark where he wants it to go. Here we go.
Last year, he gave the read. This year, he receives it for a playoff.
As it should be. When two men play this well and separate themselves with the field, it's only right and only fitting that they go back and play some more.
For the first time in Masters history, when they've gone to the immediate playoff, one hole can close it out. This is the first time now they're going to begin at the 18th, not a 10. They will commence back at the 18th tee and play it all over again. You know, the man who reinvented himself with that claw grip. His wife, Amy, with a little hang time. She used to caddy for him in the early years on the lower circuits as they tried to make ends meet, trying to live out the dream to one day compete on the big circuit with the big boys and make it to a tournament like the Masters and have a chance to win.
There's been 6 sudden death playoffs at Augusta National. The first in 1979, the winner, Fuzzy Zoeller.
There's your champion.
He can hit it much further because if he doesn't make it, there's no tomorrow.
In '82, Dan Pohl succumbed to Craig Stadler. 1987, Larry Mize's remarkable chip against Greg Norman.
How's that look?
In '89, Nick Faldo won the first of his 3 green jackets with this 20-foot blazer. And Faldo would follow up with another playoff victory the very next year as Raymond Floyd's second at 11 went astray. 1990, heartbreak for Floyd and Nick Faldo with a Masters to remember. "13 years later, Len Matisse found himself behind a Georgia pine. And Mike Weir walked up to a tap in and became the first left-hander to be saluted as Masters champion.
Another one on the way. Dick Enberg. And they shake and say, let's march on. Hey, they've already played 27 holes today. Why stop now? I'm not believing this turnaround by Chris DiMarco. It is special stuff. To shoot 41 in the morning. Many a player would have crumbled after that, especially when you have to go back out and try to reinvent yourself playing with Tiger Woods. But has he ever more done that? You look at the playoff records in majors. Don't forget, this is DiMarco's second straight playoff in a major. The last major championship, the PGA at Whistling Straits, that magnificent site up in Kohler, Wisconsin. DiMarco was in a 3-man playoff with Justin Leonard and Vijay Singh, who eventually won it. And Tiger's one playoff. Well, this day might remind you a little bit of that one as well. Also in the PGA, 2000, and Bob May. Masters playoff history. Fuzzy won the first sudden death playoff. And then Craig Stadler over Dan Pohl. Mize with the shot that ended Greg Norman's hopes in '87. Seve had been eliminated 1 hole earlier. Faldo over Pope. Faldo over Floyd. Both of them taking place on the 11th green. And then Mike Weir and Lenny Matisse in their battle 2 years ago, with Weir prevailing in that one. But this shot, we're starting to think about shots like Larry Mize like the one that very few ever saw, the Gene Sarazen double eagle, the shots that make their way into Masters lore, and certainly this is a candidate, but to push it, if you will, over the top, you need a win. To put it into that magical category. Hey, watch the gallery here, Lanny, behind. Watch the reaction of the patrons. Look at the guys, if you will, in the yellow and pink shirts to the left. Hey,
they're having way too much fun.
It's not just Weir and DeMarco wrestling out here. And DeMarco, with clenched fists, says, let's move on, back to 18. Start of the round. Actually, start of the day, if you will. DeMarco had to begin at the 10th. And he made double as Tiger made 2 quick birdies. So he caught him. He caught him in a half an hour and moved on to a 3-shot lead by the end of the 3rd round, which was completed around 10:30 this morning. And then through 4 holes of the final round, the margin was still 4. Margin was 3 at the turn, I might add. Let's not overlook the fact that on the second 9, Tiger shot 37, DeMarco 34. So they're back to the 18th.
Folks, just be still behind the TV shadows,
and
please.
by the draw, it's Tiger first.
Tiger's first. They drew just numbers 1 and 2 in the hat. Whoever draws 1 goes first. Simple as that. Going with the same club, 3-wood.
Tiger's never been pressed into overtime duty at Augusta, but his caddy Steve Williams has. He was on the bag for Raymond Floyd in that playoff with Nick Faldo in 1990. He likes this one far better than the 72nd hole.
Dead center of the fairway, right towards the second bunker. Looks like he's just a little past where Chris was earlier. Same basic angle. Hard to understand how uphill the second shot is here. Chris Gorman's driver trying to take it right between the bunkers and maybe let it slide slightly.
You can get away with it. It's not too much.
Just hangs in the edge of the fairway.
What does he have from there?
He should be okay. If he's far enough, he won't have the trees to deal with.
Now look at little Amanda DeMarco. Mom Amy drawing a picture so she can take away a special memento and even another memory from this day. He's a father of 3. His son Christian was here on Wednesday, and he brought him out during the par 3 competition and let him, in fact, putt on the final green. And Christian knocked one in about the same length we saw his dad make one on the 18th green, and he hit it dead center also. So a harbinger of things to come for the DeMarcos. Wife Amy, son Christian was 9 years old. Little Amanda you saw, Abigail, just a year old. What do you think is running through his mind right now, Lanny?
Number one, trying to settle down. He's got to get aggressive right now. I mean, he should feel pretty confident. He's got a little bit less yardage than he had before. 166 in the right side of the fairway. He's probably got a better look at the flag than Tiger does. Both players have the exact same yardage. It'll be interesting to see who's away, and they'll do it on who's away from the flagstick.
Let's see what happens when they get back up here on the green. That stroke that was looking a little shall we say, shaky early in this final round for Chris, has certainly now been nothing but smooth in the last stages of this one. There's Christian on the right. I mean, what's so hard about this, Dad? Here's Christian on Wednesday at the par 3 contest. One shot, he made it. I don't know if that put him in a playoff, but it looks like Dad said, you want to play some more?
Say hello, Christian.
Oh, Dad.
You know, at 9, he's really old enough to really understand, you know, the gravity of this, just how this is so often in these major championships, particularly here at Augusta. A life-changing experience. It can be.
Oh, there's no question, especially for Chris DiMarco. This would be a big life-changing experience. All of a sudden, he's thrust on to a bigger stage. He's a bigger name. People are going to recognize him. It just elevates him to a whole different stature in the game of golf, even among his peers. He's got to block out what's just gone on in the last 20 minutes, though, and concentrate on this shot. We know it's 166. He has no trees in his way. No reason to be short here. He's got a backstop. I mean, the ball can go as far as 6-8 yards behind the hole, and it will feed back down to the flag. I like the fact that he plays fast and decisive. Come in.
Get up again. Stay up this time.
Not going to. Same spot.
You know, you're talking about a yard away from being in really good shape. This one's going to ride it out again. It might, in fact, land in his divot.
Hard to understand, Jim. I mean, there's all this room behind the flag. He has almost the identical chip he had before.
Well, maybe he feels he can make it this time.
At least
What,
he knows
please?
what it does.
Advantage Tiger. Don't kid yourself trying to get up and down from that position. Once is hard enough. Twice is asking a lot.
This is so high it may not come down for a while.
Right over the flag.
Oh, what a shot.
Have we seen this putt before?
Sandy Lyle.
I'm thinking something a little more recent.
Yeah. That's more of a length that Lyle made, though, I think.
Looks pretty close to Phil's,
Yes,
if you ask me. Those were two really locked in, solid swings for Tiger in the playoff after bogeying the last 2 holes of regulation. It was just a few minutes ago. He faced almost an identical shot.
It looked like when he hit it the first time that it was going to grab, and it released on him. Coming up the hill from a pretty tight lie, you would have assumed the shot would have grabbed. It just didn't check. This one might be a touch closer to the bunker, which makes the angle just a little harder to get it close. A little bit more steep slope to put it into. That one grabbed. Here it that one grabbed and was perfect. What a well-played shot.
What a wonderful touch. He's in 4.
This putt of Tiger's is downhill, moving right to left, goes back uphill just a little at the end, so he doesn't have to be that concerned with the speed. It's not going to get away from him.
Well, it's his second match point, if you will. He's already had one putt that could have ended it.
Look out! What a finish! Number 4 for Tiger. A fight to the finish indeed. And it took birdie to win. Another epic here at Augusta. I think there were so many internal pressures that he was fighting through today, Lanny. It had been a long time since he had won a major, almost 3 years.
I don't think there's any question, Jim. He was fighting some demons. It's been a long time. He had the new swing. He's trying to prove people wrong that he's right and knows what he's doing. And a win at Augusta is the start to that. I think a more convincing win would have convinced a lot of people. I think there's still going to be some questions because there were some really good shots down the stretch.
Two firm hugs with Steve Williams. He pauses actually to even put his watch on because he doesn't know what time it is. It's Tiger's time again here at the Masters, and it's number 4, and he has joined Arnold Palmer. His wife Elin. Mark Steinberg, his agent. The winning putt. I felt like I was dipping back into a tape from a year ago.
Boy, he hit it in with authority, Jim. I mean, he took it right on the right outside edge, and that was moving. He was trying to end things right there.
You're right. I mean, even though you mentioned there was an upslope beyond the hole, that thing was center cut, and it was flying.
I mean, give Chris DiMarco a world of credit. What a performance today to come back and just hang as tough as anybody I've ever seen. Gutsy, gutsy man.
Phil Mickelson will be presenting the green jacket to Tiger Woods shortly. The family celebrates. Chris DiMarco, comeback kid today.
Pretty empty feeling right there, though. You've given it your best and you came up empty, and you kind of just wonder what else you could have done.
His dad got the big hug back in '97. Tita was there, but today Earl is at the home they've rented here in Augusta, and Tita and Elin are there to share the moment. Let's go down to Peter Kostis.
Thanks, Jim. I'm here with Chris DiMarco. And Chris, ultimately, I guess the 9 holes this morning proved to be the difference. But what did you learn about yourself in the 18 holes this afternoon?
You know, I really felt like I needed to come out and play a good round today. I did let it slip a little bit this morning. You know, the long fairways and the wetness on them kind of got me with my irons a little bit. But you know, I played really good. I really played very good this afternoon. It was close all the way till the end.
Talk us through that your second shot at 18 in the playoff, virtually a duplicate of what happened in regulation.
The first time I think I had like 180 to the top, and then the second time I had like 166. And both times I tried to hit the 5-iron the first time, then I tried to hit the 6-iron the second time. I was trying to just smoke it up there and just get it in the flat area somewhere, and you know, give myself a putt at it. And unfortunately, they came up a little short, but it was a pretty easy chip, to tell you the truth. And the first one looked really good. I thought I made the first one.
Chris, thank you. 2 playoffs in 2 majors back-to-back. We look for more good things from you.
Yeah, you know, this was a good gut check for me. I really feel like I proved a lot to myself.
Thanks.
You got it.
All right, Peter.
Back up to 18.
I think young Abigail had a word she wanted to say. How proud she was of her dad. This is the hole, though, that likely will define this Masters, even though it went to a playoff and a winning birdie putt.
Just an unbelievable shot and an unbelievable result.
And in the winner. He's had so many moments of joy at 18, but never one like that to win it. Until today, we got another green jacket presentation headed in Tiger's direction, and we'll be moving to Butler Cabin when we continue on CBS from Augusta, Georgia.
Hello, test 1 2 1 2.
Jimmy Nance needs. That's it.
Oh. Well, give me time to that. We'll go to that first and then to the piece. Breathtaking drama at Augusta National. The youngest ever to win 9 major championships, Tiger Woods, with his 4th Masters today. And with that 4th Masters and 9 wins in a major, he's halfway to the Golden Bears' professional 18 titles. It underlines the unavoidable, more evidence that Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus, as amateur and professional champions, will be forever linked in Masters lore. It has indeed been 4 incredible days.
A Sunday in spring, April in Augusta. new life, a new major year, where hope and staggering beauty stir memorable reflections. Reminders of the original master and his blueprint to forever salute the amateur. At 20, Luke List, this week's youngest competitor, a Vanderbilt sophomore. And how about his Masters debut? A hole-in-one in Wednesday's par 3 tournament. How high would that rate on a young golfer's thrill list? And then to be paired with 92 champion Fred Couples and finish with a 70 today. And what a name for a golfer, Ace Eaton. Austin Ace Eaton III, a New Hampshire home contractor, the U.S. Mid-Am champion, touched one of those who built Masters greatness. British amateur champion Stuart Wilson, 27-year-old Scot, played with two-time Masters champion Tom Watson, a Hall of Fame docent, to guide Wilson through Augusta's treasured 18. And Ryan Moore, 22, UNLV All-America, who swept all the major amateur titles last year. Phil Mickelson, his fellow competitor, for 3 rounds. Moore's long drives matched his Masters ambition. He finished impressively, 1 under as the low amateur. In 1959, Jack Nicklaus was an amateur, invited to his first Masters, connecting then with Bobby Jones, the greatest amateur ever. Now in his 45th Masters, a weary 65, weighed by injury, family tragedy, and time. By word and action, indicating this was his last Masters. In his own painful words, just an old man trying to get out of the way, not clutter up the field. Uncharacteristically unable to hide the emotional undercurrent, the flood of memories. Nonpareil, 6 times the Masters champion. In the end, with muted ceremony, he wiped a tear and waved goodbye, and we are left to wonder who will take his place. And that answer today is obvious. The Golden Bear, his idol, his golfing model. Like Nicklaus, he first arrived here 10 years ago as an amateur champion. Tiger Woods ignored the travails that could easily have trampled hope of the ordinary, but he fought through bad judgment and bad luck this week to stay the course. Finalized on this remarkable Georgia Sunday. Tiger tracks at Augusta. They trace back through the inspiration of legends, Nicklaus and Jones. This evening, the 69-year history of the Masters echoes in the Augusta Pines. Number 4 for Tiger Woods. The top 16 in ties, headed by Tiger Woods and Chris DiMarco, and we'll never forget DiMarco's courageous performance today by a millimeter. He does not win his first green jacket. There are the 16s, and as we get to the bottom, the list will include our amateur winner this year. A couple of Masters champions in the group, and there's Ryan Moore, 1 under for the tournament. And how amazing this man, Tiger Woods, at 29. So much time to add to his incredible biography. And now let's go to the green jacket ceremony.
Good evening. I'm Hootie Johnson, chairman of Augusta National Golf Club, and we sure hope you enjoyed the Masters tournament. First, I want to thank our television viewers from all across America and around the world in 180 countries for their loyal support of the Masters tournament, and we're very grateful. I'm here in historic Butler Cabin with my good friend Jim Nance.
Thank you, Hootie. It's a pleasure.
And in just a few moments, we'll be joined by our 2005 champion, Tiger Woods. And with him will be last year's champion, Phil Mickelson, who will present him with his green jacket. Also with them will be this year's low amateur, Ryan Moore. And Jim, I believe they're here. Congratulations, Ryan.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
for you.
Thank
Way to go, Tiger.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you so much.
Bill?
Thank you.
Let's sit down here, men. I know Jim's got some questions for you fellas.
Well, thank you, Hootie. I don't know who keeps writing these scripts for you, but it's amazing, I'll tell you that. Ryan, incredible performance by you. You finished tied for 13th, one of the best performances by an amateur in the history of the tournament, including 7 birdies today. What a phenomenal year you've had. How does this one rank?
This was just an amazing week. I couldn't ask for anything more. Yeah, the 7 birdies was nice. Definitely helped out my cause there today. But I just had a good time out there. It's just such an amazing tournament. I'm just happy to have another chance next year.
Yep, you'll be coming back again as you finish in the top 16. What are your plans right now?
Well, finish out school. I got class Tuesday morning. Got to get back for that and go. Well, I got actually 3 tournaments left for our team, and then go play the U.S. Open, and we'll see after that.
I'm just curious, what would that class be on Tuesday?
Oh, gosh, I don't even remember right now. It's been a while.
I'm sure your professor will forgive you.
Yeah,
Tiger,
it's okay.
I don't know where to start with this one, but I guess we'll go back to 16, and I have to ask you about the shot at 16 and how this one would rank in
the tee shot
history
was
for
great,
you.
wasn't it?
Yeah, the tee
Oh, the
shot.
shots
That's
you're
what I
talking
wanted to talk about.
Oh,
exactly.
okay, no.
How would you rank the shot at 16 in your career? Where would it stand?
At the time, probably one of the best ones I've ever hit at the time because of the moment, the situation. Chris looks like he's probably going to make birdie there, and I'm probably going to look like I'm going to make bogey. So be able to kind of turn things around there was pretty huge.
How about a word about Chris DiMarco and what he did today to not only hang with you, but to shoot 68 and force this thing to a playoff? I thought it was remarkable.
Everyone knows out here that he's a tremendous competitor. I mean, he's a fighter. He never gives up. I mean, he's in your face all day. He's never going to back off. And I knew that going out there, and he proved it again. You know, he has no back off in him. And I had to go out there and make some birdies because I knew that he wasn't going to make any mistakes. So fortunate that I made that nice shot around 16 to give me a cush because kind of collapsed coming down the stretch there.
But you made the winning birdie in the playoff, and you now have a 4th green jacket on the way, and I have to wonder what this one means to you with all the other ones that you've already won. You join Arnold with 4, Jack has 6, and now you're in that territory with those giants as well, and it's been 2.5 years. This one, in your mind right now, what are you thinking?
To be honest with you, this was such a hard-fought week, you know, with the rain delays and everything, and I didn't exactly get off to the greatest of starts. But all in all, I'm very happy. I do want to say, you know, my mom and I talked about this today, that if I was lucky enough to win, we want to dedicate this to my father.
I was going to ask you that. I know your father was in Augusta this week.
He's here. He's just not healthy enough to come out here today and enjoy this. So this one's for you, Pop.
Yeah, I know. Well, last year, how much you really wanted to win one for him, too. There was so much on your
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. The troubles he's gone through early this year, it wasn't looking very good. And he's having a hard time right now, but it's really cool for him just to be here. His presence, I could feel him out there on the course. I hear him, you know, tell me where to put it again, you know, where to hit the shots. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it all the time.
I know you got a hug waiting for him for later tonight.
There's no doubt about that.
All right.
Big bear hug.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Incredible performance, Tiger.
Thank you.
Hootie, it's time for the green jacket.
Bill, would you do the honor, please?
It would be my pleasure.
Congratulations, Tiger.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you so much.
My goodness, we have been blessed with another week of golden moments. Today, the sun was shining in Augusta, bringing back with it the brilliance of Tiger, bringing back memories of the win for the ages and that hug with Dad back in 1997, the completion of the Tiger Slam in 2001, bringing back memories of the repeat win in 2002, and then 2 months later at the U.S. Open when he lifted the trophy for another major. Today, Tiger had to go 28 holes to join Arnold Palmer with 4 green jackets. Jack Nicklaus is the only other one to have at least 4. The shot at 16 we'll never forget. Part of Masters lore now, a dedication to his dad as Tiger Woods has won the Masters.